sizzling skillet of cheese. Too much cheese? Never. The OM Cheeseburger for $11.99. Only at Applebee's.
With Snapdragon, get a PC that performs up to 90% faster than others when unplugged.
You could be making formaldehyde, which is used in taxidermy.
Oh dear.
What?
Formaldehyde. Oh dear.
What? I knew it. Oh dear, oh dear.
What? Aren't you an elk? I don't know what I am.
Rodgers on the drive. Step back. Puts it up. Puts it in.
Sorry. You fall. Grab control. Sorry. So lucky. Thank you. So lucky. I'm so appreciative. Good energy. Good flowing energy. And it's good stuff. Do that again.
When I thought I wouldn't last, when the weight was overwhelming, when I couldn't see past,
Egg in motion stays in motion.
you were working all along. Now I see it in perspective.
Our city is under siege, and these vigilantes threaten us all. As your mayor, I will end this game of cat and mouse.
She sometimes wanders around like she's lost, and I don't know.
Aha! Just what the mayor ordered. Hiring petty thieves while the city's in crisis? Why am I not surprised? How unexpected. You miscalculated.
I saw that right when I walked away. Sorry about that. Thank you for the good news. Can you restart the timer? Don't start a timer. We're not timed today. Don't even like. We're taking long.
Don't cross my path!
We're taking longer because we're not trying to hurt because we're
You
just
see the winds like the war. You see the crown not the cross.
you know, like we're not.
But
Do
still,
you have somewhere? What do you mean?
Listen.
No timer. We're
Came
just
from
going
life.
out. So
No, my
yeah,
press
it's
felt
gonna take a
delayed.
while. We might even
City
do
full of
this for
lions,
hours,
everybody
but
wanna
we're
get
hanging out.
paid.
This is us.
They said trust money, trust power, trust fame. But I trusted God when I had nothing to gain. If you're free, heavy thoughts, cold floor. I'ma cry next to heaven for more. I learned early, baked ain't luxury. It's survival when life got no sympathy. Person tried to break me, I bit but stood. Devil made off as I understood. Everything shot, it got strings attached. I chose to turn on river fast cash. Pain started lesson when it never could. Then my scars preach louder than mine.
I think I have a wooden one that I use for food. If I use this for food, I always use it for food. So I don't ever use it. I use this one for 2 minutes. Oh, did you miss it? Oh, that's okay.
You're blessed. They go if I sing, call it coach. I seen fake games, all under pressure. Seen real preach peace for a check. When the weak stay broke in the press. I don't rap for trends, I rap for truth. Could be ball hit hard like biblical proof. I was lost but never abandoned. Grace got me in a place I'm stranded. They laugh when I pray instead of revenge. Now they answer my peace. Never ends, but all they change like the validation. See it for creation. Yeah, even under the track. You know the back. So we be strong. I know where I belong. I walk by faith. Not scared of fame. Stop bringing them crap. I bear pride just to stay alive. Had to crucify ego just to survive. Friends switch lanes, loyalty gone. I stayed with God when I stood alone. Night shift, time so tired. I still talking to heaven and the city skies. I learned silence, little in the applause. The video is strong, it breaks the law. Listen, make sense, they say that right down here. Purchase don't rush the rise. Living without truth is a silent death. I rap, speaking rhythm and pain. Every word baptized in rain. I don't need permission to speak my faith. It's about hell. Success like grace, they block my path. I kneel in advance, pray in my rap and obedience my stance. I ain't perfect, I'm redeemed. Still fighting flesh, no chasing the king. Bless. Everything higher. Still here, still strong, still marching on. I know I'm torn. Chains been broken till my final breath. Yeah. I didn't make it 'cause I'm better than you. I made it 'cause mercy found me too.
Thank you so much for
Smile. While everything inside was falling apart. This one's for you. I learned how to smile under pressure early. Laugh real loud so they never worry. Cracks in the mirror, joy in the sky. Sundays I'm lifted, Mondays I hide. I mastered the art of I'm doing fine. Whole time my hope was on life support lines. I said God is good through gritty teeth, while my heart screamed quietly. Bills past due, prayers on red, faith in my chest, panic in my head. They see the shine, never the cost. I kept winning while feeling lost. I wore strength like armor tight. Didn't know it was choking my life. Told myself, don't let them see. But God said, bring that mess to me. Yeah, I've been holding joy with shaking hands, trying not to break where I stand. But grace don't need me polished or calm. It meets me right in the storm. Smiling through the collapse. Holding it together while I'm falling in flames. Everybody sing smiling. But you never left. You held my heart when I lost my strength. Sing it louder. What's your story? Don't stop. I thought faith man never shaking. Turns out faith me never faking. I try being strong for everybody else. Ignore the part of me needing help. Success got heavy, applause got loud, but loneliness stayed in the crowd. I learned real quick what trophies do. They shine real bright, then collect us too. I've been chasing peace and progress bars, checking metrics, moving goalposts far. But God don't measure me by wins. He checks my heart, not my resume sense. So when I broke, that wasn't defeat. That was grace pulling up my seat. Says I'm smiling like you're safe. Let me hear what you keep taking. God, teach us we don't have to perform to be loved. That collapse ain't the end. It's the doorway. When I say real, when I say real, I stop pretending I'm bulletproof. Let God see the ugly truth. Stop hiding scars and metaphors. Let them kick down locked doors. Now when I smile, it's not a mask. It's peace I didn't have to ask. I still feel fear, still feel pain, but I don't confuse it with shame. I'm healed 'cause life got easy. I'm healed 'cause God stay with me. So if you cracking underweight, that don't mean you make some noise!
Orange.
Yeah. Listen. Before we start, if you came in tired tonight, let me hear you.
Wait, one more chapter after
All right.
the kitchen.
You're not alone. This one's for anyone
So
who's
we
still
weren't
breathing,
actually done with the kitchen.
even when it hurts.
This is all one chapter. just
Breathing
like
feels like a fire when
Oh,
the
okay.
lose.
It's not finished yet.
Smile on my face, but my chest stays bruised. Bills on the table, prayers in the ceiling. Sundays feel strong, but Mondays start healing. Yeah. Out in my plate, trying to run fast with a limp in my spirit. God talking soft, world screaming, hear it. Pressure don't pause when you doing right. Still gotta choose him in the dark and light. I ain't ashamed that I'm not okay. I just refuse to stay stuck this way. Y'all still with me? Still trusting God, don't need a plan. If I fall into His grace. Even when breathing feels like hey, when breathing feels like a fight. I still call your name. Hands up in the night. You don't let me break. Everybody sing it. Everybody sing it. When breathing feels like a fight, I still choose my faith. Even weak, I'm alive. Still make a way. Let me hear y'all sing that without me. That's beautiful. Keep your hands up. I tried being strong, almost lost my soul. Mr. Survivor for self-control. Build walls high, called it wisdom. But God kept knocking, calling it freedom. I ain't chasing peace and applause or likes. I need truth when the crowd go quiet. Success don't heal what you won't face. Can't Photoshop grace. So if I'm honest, yeah, I've been scared. Pray more prayers for the quiet instead. But he met me
Wait,
there
where's
when I
the
lost my
jump?
breath.
Doesn't
Said,
that
"Child, I ain't
distinguish this
finished
thing?
yet." God, for everyone fighting silently tonight,
Start randomly moving, right?
give them breath that don't depend on strength.
The attic.
Give them hope that don't expire with results.
And then the chapter, so we can stop here.
One more time, everybody! Hey!
So should we push them all in my thing? Oh, I'm playing solid? Oh, okay. Oh,
Listen.
So I should probably...
If you still breathing,
Well, I
that
did
means
put
he's
the
not
topic
done.
on, but I don't know if it was safe here as well, because...
Hey, church! I got a question before we go
Save all
pray.
that? Oh, oops. Did I just push
Who
save
here
all in?
tired, but still believing? If that's you,
Who was save? I just pushed
yeah, this
save
one's
all
for
in.
the faithful that showed up anyway.
Okay, well then I won, because I got it.
I woke up tired, but I showed up clean. Faith on me, but my tank still mean. Bills lie like
Did I already
fast.
lose?
Pressure
Did I already
on me,
lose?
but God still working. Trust me, homie. I've been running long, no finish line, but grace keep pace every single time. Eyes go hard, every shoe's one thing, but quitting ain't an option. I'm in. I say soon. I ain't first, but I'm faithful. Still grateful. Copy for the flesh, prayer for the soul. I might be tired, but I'm under control.
That was actually
I'm tired. I trust. Trusting. Low on power. I don't got strength, but I got praise. I showed up anyway. I dragged my doubts into the light. Left them right there at Jesus' feet tonight. I don't got strength, but I got praise. Hey! I showed up anyway. Hey! left them right there, Jesus feed tonight. I ain't energized by the crowd, I'm energized cause God's not loud, but proud. Proud of the ones who didn't quit. Who praise him so exhausted hit. I seen smiles hiding pain backstage. The worship still broke out on stage. If trust was easy, it would matter. But faith shines best when hope feels scared. Ain't rusted, still clapping when blistered heels. This ain't hype, this is endurance. In my person, in my person. If you almost stayed home today, make some noise.
Look at you. More than
Tired but obedient.
Still trusting,
Still trusting with a shaky hand.
still trusting,
God understands.
still trusting. Yo, I ain't done yet. If he got breath in me,
I ain't dead yet.
yeah, clap it up and God carried you when you couldn't carry yourself.
See how much trusting.
Still moving forward.
Tired but trusting. Still moving forward. I hate but trusting.
I made it through the day. If I got faith and a pulse, I'm showing up anyway.
Don't need you fresh.
He just needs you faithful. If you
I didn't see that actually fall anywhere else. Well, what was it then?
You're exactly where the miracle is.
I'm trying to do this.
DJ push us around.
Hi, Grumpy. Hello. Good morning.
Get that second.
Oh, okay. I hear coconut water makes me feel better if
If you still breathing, still believing,
to make you feel better.
still here after
I think
everything,
coconut water
this
is
song
really
is for you.
I think it's
Turn to somebody and say, yeah, I should've folded, should've failed. Life hit hard, ring my bell. Bills due, fate tested. Storms came back to back, relentless. They counted me out mid-season. Said my prayers lost their reason, but somehow grace kept pace. Even when I couldn't see his face, I limped through nights, danced by day, tears in private, praise on stage. Didn't win, cause I was strong. I survived, was God was long. Long suffering, long reaching, held me up when I stopped preaching.
I'm looking at movie 4
Clap your hands if you made it through.
If
If you're still here. Still standing. Could've broke, could've ran, but God kept me on my feet again. I don't know how, but I'm still standing somehow. I lost friends, lost plans, lost nights trying to understand. But what I lost never took my praise. Still shout hallelujah on rough days. I've been down but not destroyed. Faith got joy, joy got noise. Enemy tried to steal my song. Now the hook is twice as strong. Every scar got rhythm now. Every note made room for a while. If I fell, I bounce back loud. God don't hide, he builds crowds. From the ashes, from the pain, from the rain. Here I stand, not perfect, not polished, but breathing testimony, fam. If God ever picked you up, he didn't fall. If he did it more than once, still standing. Still standing. Still standing.
Oh, because
If he kept you breathing, praise
because of the
him.
acting. If you're acting from
Still standing. Could've broke, could've ran, but God kept me on my feet again. I don't know no hope, but I'm still standing. So, I'm still standing. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. Look around. This room is full of miracles that didn't quit. If you still standing, you already won tonight. I don't know how, but I'm still standing. Still standing. Could've broke, could've ran, but God kept me on my feet again. Oh,
This can be our art now.
There you go.
look around. This room is full of miracles that didn't quit.
If you still standing, you already won tonight.
Lower chair or higher desk, yeah, I can adjust my chair height, but I can adjust the height.
Everybody wants the light. Nobody wants to wait. They want the platform, but not the price. Let's tell the truth tonight. They love the crown, but hate the cause. Let it shine, but fear the loss. They want the names, but the pain. Let's keep it cross, it's still safe. They dream loud, play quiet. Fast fame, no spirit. I seen brothers trade prayer for views, calling it blessing. God calling it truth. Spotlight fly more than they show. Applause stay faster, yeah you know. And scream your name and disappear. But conviction stays with no one's here. I ask God. He said I'm saving you for fame that killed your way. So I stay hidden, stay low. While he build muscles they'll never know. Crowd check, hey free. Every light got a feet. If it didn't crush your pride, no flesh, your knees, that ain't favor. That's a least name versus fame.
You can compare prices from multiple different sites and loyalty programs and prices through hotel website. Same hotel, $100 plus. Keyword, check Trivago. Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel, Trivago. Oh,
They call it blessing when he borrows.
The Applebee's OMG
Celebrate
burger is
today,
back.
collect
Now with
tomorrow.
more cheese.
Get the brand on if you will.
Served on a sizzling
Smile
skillet
wide,
of
but they
cheese.
living
Too
in
much
hell.
cheese? No.
I ain't jealous of
The
viral
OM cheese
praise.
burger for
Get a shortcut,
$11.99.
God didn't
Only
like
at
it. If he just sent it,
Or vape, or I don't like
if he
music,
ain't in it,
you know? All I do
I'd
is
rather
like
praise
listen
your
to it,
team who listen.
or on the
I
weekends.
sell my soul for fake
I
ambition.
don't know.
Cause team
Really
don't
like
hug you
to think
when you
about it.
break. Don't pray for you when your faith shakes. We can't resolve it, crowds going home. My voice still speaks, who holds the throne? Now have interaction. Who here don't want fake glory? Just say it with me. We don't sell our souls, no. Heavy breathing. Fame whispers like a serpent. Bow once, and I lift you. But Jesus already lifted me on the cross. So walk without bow. I ain't just in charge, I'm chasing truth. A clean heart worth morning proof. If my walk stays all impure, that's the win I can't endure. They might pass me on the road, but they can't outrun. Judgment's low, ain't so. I'm being shaped. Heavy glory needs heavy faith. So let them shine fast, fake, quick. I'm built for storms, they gate. Fix when the smoke clears it. Like smoke, damn, I still be standing. Hey, free, we fade with obedience. Never compromise. I'll survive the height. If God keeps you unseen, if he delays your spotlight, he's not holding you back. He's keeping you alive.
No, I haven't. No. What is that? Is that like that space game or something?
Listen.
It's really cool. No.
Some victories don't look good on Instagram.
So it's not like actually out
Some
there,
wins
it's
don't
just
come with applause.
advertising, like a trailer or something. Well, no, there's no
But heaven
system.
recognizes them instantly.
That's really cool.
Tonight we expose the real victory.
I don't know why it doubled so separately.
Let it hit.
Sorry. It's different.
They call it
But
victory
thanks.
when you stand on top.
It gives depth
When you
to
naked loud and the pain don't stop. They clap for the shine, never ask the cost. Never count the souls that got quietly lost. I seen crowns built on broken homes. Gold chains, choking fragile bones. They win the room, lose themselves. Self-conviction, keep the shelf. I almost ran the same race. Smiling with a hollow face, but God pulled me from the north. Show me wisdom, call me coins. I lost the gain clarity. Lost the crowd identity. Tell me how to make a win. When peace finally breathes again, this victory look different. You prosper. They flash, ain't if God approves what they reject, this victory look different. They celebrate numbers, ignore the scars, build fake thrones from borrowed bars. Winning big, but sleeping light, heavy, fame, no peace at night. I chose truth over being seen. Chose obedience over the scene, lost invites, lost connections, gain direction, gain protection. They say you fail, I say I rose, cause I ain't trained to what they chose. I don't need titles next to my name when heaven already know my name. But staying clean made me look weak. I wear that loss every week. I'd rather walk slow with God beside me than run ahead with seeking God.
Every Monday.
If your win don't look like theirs, make some noise! You're not behind. You're protected. Victory ain't silence. It's peace. Victory ain't first place.
That's funny. That's you're funny. That one actually was like
I don't flex my faith, I live it. Don't need proof, God already did it. I don't win by crushing foes. I win with forgiveness grows. I don't chase the loudest cheer, I chase the voice I know it's clear. If my steps don't match the trend, it's cause I walk toward the end. Eternity don't come on beat it. Ways the heart, not just a beat. So let them laugh, let them down. This victory don't fade out when lights go dark. Stages go, my wrist still stands eternal strong. This victory look different. Look different. Ain't flashy. If God approves what they reject, this victory look different. This victory look different. Look different. Ain't flashy. If God approves what they reject, this victory look different.
It's just so much more motivating when it checks in. I'm kind of like messed
So obedience costs you comfort.
thank you so much.
If your faith costs you fall. If God smiled and the world stays silent, that's the real win.
I just like this stuff.
And it looks different.
But yes, I'm bad at reading. Here's
On purpose.
Wait, what? You're the one who mentioned the footstools for the keyboard. Oh, that's what they're called? Footstools.
Before the beat drop, I need
Oh,
you with me.
I didn't know that's what they were called. I thought they were like stands or...
How many of y'all was told when it looks one way, money up, name loud, enemies quiet? Tonight we tearing that lie
that's
down.
what they're called. Thank you. Oh, let's shit. Wait, so what was it? Wait, I'm sorry. Or they do or they don't? They do not.
They told me wins
Thank you.
come with
I'm sorry
receipts,
for all that
proof and
Thank you
trophies,
so much,
blood
Dr.
on
Miller.
cleats. Said if
I'm
you
really
ain't
sorry that I'm
flexing, you
on
fell behind. So I measure life by the finish line. I went brothers, lost my prayer, beat the clock, but cheated the rest. I smile for kills, cracked alone, built highlights, broke my bones. They said you won, I couldn't sleep, cause peace ain't loud and pain don't tweet. I stood on stage and felt defeat, victory crown so incomplete. They got at me in the silence still. Who told you that was winning?
Do you mean like what I just said? Like, maybe
This what they call love. That's a lie. If I lose my soul
sorry if I just break down the door while people
I don't need the crown.
we're watching a movie. I'm sorry for having to it also might not happen.
They call it winning when you numb the pain. When you stand tall but feel ashamed. When you step on next just to advance. Call survival skill, not circumstance. I watch friends trade truth for access. Smile on stage, die backstage. They toast success with empty cups. Wonder why joy never showed up. I lost deals cause I wouldn't bend. Lost crowds cause I wouldn't pretend. But I gained sleep, gained breath, gained faith. Stronger than success. I don't win when they clap for me. I win when God still proud of me. If it costs your soul,
on YouTube.
it ain't a win.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
If it steals your peace, don't let it in. If you gotta hide who you are to thrive, that ain't victory. That's a disguise.
If you ever want something that still felt empty,
Make some noise.
if you lost something but found peace, let me hear you.
Yeah, that's the difference. I stopped chasing scoreboards built by men. Stopped explaining why I won't play then. I walk slower now, hard intact. Eyes on purpose, no relapse. I don't envy stages, I don't stand on. I don't miss change, I escape from. I don't need revenge, God keeps score. I don't need more, I need him more. If obedience look like loss today, I'll take that L and walk his way. Cause eternity don't count applause, it counts who stood when no one saw. I won't lose my soul inside. Can't buy life. I don't need the crown they give. My victory been redefined.
clear. If you obey God and lost clout, you didn't lose. If you chose peace over profit, you didn't lose. If heaven celebrates what earth ignores, that's a win. Redefine forever.
Before we go any further, let me ask you something real. How many of you ever felt like you don't belong anywhere? Not lost, just pedicing through. That's because home is not here. Try to settle, but my soul can't.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
A pulse of fire begins to glow through shattered stone, through ancient night. The first titan wakes
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Now might be a good time to stop them. Better stop that vehicle! Shields up! They made it halfway! Stop them!
Something ancient starts to wake. Beneath the broken stone, a fire still survives below.
There's still a chance to stop them!
Buried deep where no light crawls past the dust of fallen halls.
By the eye of Naruto!
Iron roots and thunderbirds guard the heart beneath the stone.
They hit a checkpoint! Now might be a good time to stop them.
Hear mountains split alive beneath the broken mountain. Fire in the depths below.
Better stop that vehicle!
Beneath the broken mountain. Ancient titan hearts still glow.
It's now or never! Stop them!
Crimson sparks through caverns bleed.
Better stop that vehicle!
Remembers what we need.
Don't give them another inch! Or else.
End has come in time. Feel the pressure start to rise. Hear the mountains split alive beneath the broken mountain. Fire in the depths below. Beneath the broken mountain. Ancient titan hearts still glow.
2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Round 2. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's so strange to be back. After all I've seen out there. Life alone in the cosmos can have poison effects on one's mental
sharp, and my claws are ready.
Iron smoke and blood red light shape the beast that waits.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Hammered deep in endless flame, built with wrath and carved with pain, stone and steel in living form, a titan born beyond the storm. Iron heart and molten eyes. Hear the blackened furnace rise.
Attack them! Go!
Born in fire, born in
Cataract is injured! Mayday!
lead them to Khonshu. Now the iron
Look to Awaken!
world is thrown.
Sense them! Close! Team strike! Efficient! I am Phoenix!
Every roar becomes a sound. Cities fade beneath its breath. Kingdoms kneel before its stare. Iron heart and molten eyes. Hear the blackened furnace rise.
Ancestral power! Power time!
Shomowat Shiva!
Born in stone. Now the iron world is thrown.
You're halfway there! Keep going! Almost there! Don't turn back now!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Disappear!
Lead them to Khonshu.
Perfect blood! Take them down! Back in the hunt! Damage sustained! Need assistance! Get that vehicle moving again!
Spirit pulls me back to battle.
Tear the night and bend the sky. The old world falls. The titans roll.
Only 60 seconds left!
Team strike! Efficient! Target locked! Take them down! Nice finish!
Much better.
Down to 30 seconds!
Little time remains.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Kings will fall. I hear the ancient
I'm hit!
titan
Cover me!
call.
I'm trying to help.
From the
Back in the hunt!
abyss, from fire and dust, the oath is
Attack them!
sealed
Go!
in iron and
This place
rust.
and the master leader must be protected. Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
No hand of man can turn the tide. No fading throne, no crown of lies. The
Target
earth has
locked!
sworn
Take them
beneath
down!
my feet that all dominions face defeat. Raise the fire, lift the sound, let the old shake the ground. Lead them to
Disappear! Keep going!
You need to see this!
bound in stone and flame.
Back in the target lock! Take
I
them
am
down!
Phoenix!
Attack them! Go! Damage the Shomowat Shiva!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Shiva!
埃姆36度接着。
You need to see this. Only 60 seconds left. You belong to me. Fantastic. Let's lead her. And down to 30 seconds. Correct his engine. Make it.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Co-op time. Target lock. Take them down. Spirit steady. The final 10 seconds. From broken mountains. Try not to move. I am finished.
Where this fire will never end.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Take them down.
No chain will make us kneel.
Almost there. Don't let them out. Central power.
Our fate is stone.
Disappear. Rally on me for healing. Final score. 1, 2, 3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Beneath the weight of endless years, a pulse of iron still appears. In veins of rock, in roots of flame, the ancient blood still knows its name.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Mages into stone, a fire buried deep below still feeds the wrath the mountains know. Feel it rise, feel it burn, hear the buried titans turn. Blood of ancient stone, burning in the earth below. Blood of ancient stone, now the iron rivers flow. Every crack reveals the past. Every scar was built to last. In the dark, the old heart beats under ruined crowns and straits. Feel it rise, feel it
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Titans turn. Blood of ancient stone, burning
Get ready!
It may have some fancy details, but the people haven't changed all that much.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
From the deep, the force returns. And through the rock, the black fire. Blood of ancient stone, no hand can stop. Blood of ancient stone, the abyss remembers blood. Stand down.
Another fearsome foe. The dinner time, love! You belong to me!
Cuts the iron haze.
Disappear!
Veins from the deep, the power climbs. Now the storm becomes a
Shield us!
stone is trembling, black earth shakes. Every chain within me breaks. What was silent now will rise with the thunder in its eyes. Feel it move, feel it climb through the heart of stone and time. Thunder in tides and veins.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Through the dark below. Thunder in tides and veins. Now the iron currents flow.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Every pulse becomes a war. Every roar unlocks the core.
By the eye of Agamotto! Armed and dangerous! Again!
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way!
Kingdom shake, iron towers start to break. Every step a thunderstar, every breath ignites a war. Hear them come, feel the flame. No one leaves this world the same. When giants march, the mountains fall in line.
Disappear!
When giants march, no throne survives the sound. When giants march,
Us against the world.
shake the ground.
60 seconds left.
Feel the flame. No one leaves this world. When giants march, the mountains fall in line. When giants march, the earth is mine. When giants march, no throne
The current
survives the
score is 3, 2, 0. Time to switch things up. Which side you're on? You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Round 2. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
From buried fire to open sky, the age of man now breaks and dies. When giants march, the seas will boil and turn. When giants march, the iron stars
The
will
battle
burn.
starts in 5,
When
4,
giants march,
3,
the last
2,
kings hit the
1.
ground.
We have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Stage
Tandy needs help.
Another fearsome foe.
Ash falls slow on broken stone. No crown remains, no throne, no heart. The fire fades where kings once stood. Only silence. Us against the world.
Dinner time, love! Anyone going to help? seconds left.
torn and buried
Here comes
the ruins where we sleep. Hear them call through the night.
disappear.
By the eye of Agamotto!
We watched it fall to dust. Lament of the last kingdom, betrayed by fire and rose. Lament of the last kingdom, no gods, no kings remain. Only the
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
and the
Thanks for the love, love.
Us against the world.
Shields up.
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha! Oh! Ha ha! Assemble!
all with a bright good morning, but received rather unenthusiastic grunts in return. As he went about his shaving, he was humming a happy little tune. It got a bit on the nerves of some of the men, and finally one said rather sarcastically, "You certainly seem to be happy this morning. Why all the cheer?" "Yes," the man answered. "As a matter of fact, I am happy. I do feel chirped." Then he added, "I make it a habit to be happy." That's all it says. But that simple statement is really quite profound. For happiness depends to an important degree upon the habit of mind we cultivate. The book of Proverbs, that collection of wise sayings, puts it in another way. He that is of a merry heart hath a continual feast. Out of the happiness habit comes a happy life. And because we can cultivate a habit, we therefore have the power to create our own happiness habit. Make a mental list of pleasant thoughts and pass them through your mind several times a day. If an unpleasant thought should enter your mind, immediately stop, consciously reject it, and substitute a pleasant thought. Every morning before rising, lie relaxed in bed for a few minutes. Let pictures of each happy experience you expect to have during the day pass across your mind. Savor their joy. Such thinking will help cause events to turn out that way. Do not affirm that things will not go well that day. By merely saying that, you can actually help to make it so. You will draw to yourself every factor, large and small, that will contribute to unhappy conditions. As a result, you will find yourself asking, "Why does everything go badly for me? What's the matter with everything?" Tomorrow, try this plan instead. When you rise, say out loud 3 times this one sentence. "This is the day which the Lord hath made. I will rejoice and be glad in it." Repeat it in a strong, clear voice with positive tone and emphasis. The statement, of course, is from the Bible, and it is a good cure for unhappiness. While dressing or shaving or getting breakfast, you might also say aloud a few such remarks as, "I believe this is going to be a wonderful day. I believe I can successfully handle all the problems that will arise. I feel good physically, mentally, emotionally. I am grateful for all that I have had, for all that I now have, and all that I shall have. Things are not going to fall apart because God is here, and He is with me, and He will see me through. I thank God for every good phrases and meditate on their meaning. You will change the character of your day by starting off with a positive frame of mind."
To put on a show.
And yet it is not enough to practice even such important techniques as these and lists throughout the day. You also base your actions upon fundamental principles of happy living. One of the most simple and basic of such principles is that of human love and goodwill. One man who truly knew happiness was a friend of mine named Ralston Young, who was once famous as Red Cap number 42 in New York City's Grand Central Station. This man carried bags for a living, but his real job was living the spirit of Christ. As he carried a person's suitcase, he tried to share a little Christian fellowship. He carefully watched a customer to see if there was any way he could give them more courage and hope. One day, he was asked to take an elderly lady down to her train. As he wheeled her into an elevator, he noticed there were tears in her eyes. He asked the Lord how he could help her, and the Lord gave him an idea. As he wheeled her off the elevator, he said with a smile, "Ma'am, if you don't mind my saying so, that is a mighty pretty hat you're wearing." She looked up at him and said, "Why, thank you. And I might add," he said, "that sure is a pretty dress you have on. I like it so much." This appealed to her, and despite the fact that she wasn't feeling well, she brightened up and asked, "Why in the world did you say those nice things to me? It's very thoughtful of you." "Well," he said, "I saw how unhappy you were. I saw that you were crying, and I just asked the Lord how I could help you. The Lord said, speak to her about her hat. The dress," he added, "was my own idea. When he asked her if she didn't feel well, she told him that she was in constant pain. She asked him, 'Do you by any chance know what it means to be in pain all the time?' Ralston had an answer. 'Yes, ma'am, I do. A long time ago, I lost an eye, and it hurt like a hot iron day and night. But she said you seem to be happy now. How did you do it?' By this time, he had her in her seat in the train, and he said, 'Prayer, ma'am, just by prayer.' Softly she asked, 'Does prayer, just prayer, take your pain away?' 'Well,' answered Ralston, 'perhaps it doesn't always take it away. I can't say that it does, but it always helps to overcome it so it doesn't seem like it hurts so much. Just keep on praying, ma'am, and I'll pray for you too.' Her tears were dried now, and she looked up at him with a smile, took him by the hand and said, 'You've done me so much good.' A year passed, and one night at the station, a young woman came to see Ralston. She said, 'I bring you a message from the dead. Before she died, my mother told me to find you and to tell you how much you helped her last year when you took her to the train in her wheelchair. She will always remember you, even in eternity, for you were so kind and loving and understanding.' The young woman burst into tears and sobbed in her grief.
I will send you to Jesus.
Quietly watching her. Then he said, 'Don't cry, Missy. Don't cry. You shouldn't cry. Give a prayer of thanksgiving instead.' She was surprised by this response, and Ralston went on, 'Why, because many people have become orphans much younger than you. You had your mother a long, long time, and besides, you still have her. You will see her again. She is near to you now, and she always will be near to you. Maybe she is with us right now, the two of us, as we talk.' The sobs ended, and the tears dried. Ralston's kindness had the same effect on the daughter as it had on the mother. In this huge station with thousands of people passing by, the two of them felt the presence of the Divine One, he who inspired this red cap to go around in this way, spreading love. As Tolstoy said, 'Where love is, God is.' And we might add, where God and love are, there is happiness. So a fundamental principle in creating happiness is just to practice love. In my travels about the country, I have been fortunate to encounter an increasing number of genuinely happy individuals. These are people who have been practicing the kinds of techniques I'm describing to you. Recently, after finishing a lecture, a big, strapping, fine-looking man invited me to a party.
To put on a show.
Well, I must admit, from the way he described it, it didn't sound at all like my kind of party. I was hesitant, afraid I might cramp everyone's style. So I began to make excuses. Oh, don't worry, he said. This is your kind of party. You'll get the kick of your life out of it. So I went along with my buoyant friend, and he introduced me to a large group of joyous and exuberant people. I looked around for a bar, but there wasn't any. When I remarked that these people must have stopped somewhere before coming here, my host was shocked. Stopped somewhere? Why, don't you understand? These people have got the spirit all right, but not the kind of spirit you're thinking of. I'm surprised at you. Don't you realize what makes this crowd happy? It's as a living, vital, honest-to-goodness reality. Yes, they've got the spirit all right, but it isn't the kind that you get out of a bottle. They've got the spirit in their hearts. Then I saw what he meant. This wasn't a crowd of pious, stodgy people. Some were leaders of that town. Business people, lawyers, doctors, teachers, and a lot of simpler folks besides. And they were having a wonderful time, talking about God, and doing it in the most natural manner imaginable. They were telling one another about the changes that had occurred in their lives through spiritual power.
The final 10 seconds!
Those who have the naive notion that you can't laugh and be lighthearted when you're religious should have been in on that party. Well, I left that evening with a Bible verse running through my mind. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. That was the light that I saw on the faces of those happy people. An inner light reflected outwardly on their faces. And it came from an effervescent spiritual something that they had taken into themselves. Life means vitality. And these people obviously were getting their vitality from God. Through faith in God and in themselves, they had found the power that creates confidence
create
and
a little more happiness in your life. Here are a few ideas. 1. Remember, it is primarily your thoughts and attitudes that determine how happy you are. Never allow resentment, hate, fear, or worry to dominate your thoughts. 2. Make it a habit to be happy. You can cultivate this habit, so you do have a choice. As the book of Proverbs says, "He that is of a merry heart hath a continual feast." 3. Practice happy thinking. Make a mental list of pleasant thoughts and pass them through your mind several times each day. If an unpleasant thought should enter your mind, immediately stop, consciously reject it, and substitute a pleasant one. 4. Each day when you arise, say this one sentence out loud. "This is the day which the Lord hath made. I will rejoice and be glad in it." We might as well admit it, everyone wants to be liked. William James once said, "One of the deepest drives of human nature is the desire to be appreciated. The longing to be liked, to be held in esteem, to be a person whom others seek out is fundamental in all of us." On this side, you'll discover how to enjoy easy, natural, and pleasing relationships with others. How to be somebody you'd like to know.
A poll was taken among some high school students, asking them what they most desired. By overwhelming majority, the students answered that they wanted to be popular. Older people have this same urge. Indeed, it is doubtful if anyone ever outlives the desire to be highly regarded or to have the affection of friends and associates. The feeling of not being wanted or needed is one of the most devastating of all human emotions. Being needed by others is absolutely necessary for emotional stability and happiness. Yet it is sad to realize how many people suffer from a sense of isolation. I was at a luncheon once when a young doctor rushed in to take his place at the table. He looked frazzled as he sat down with a weary sigh. If only the telephone would stop ringing, he complained. I can't get anywhere because people call me all the time. I wish I could put a silencer on that phone. An elderly doctor at the table spoke up. I know how you feel. I used to feel that way myself. But you should be thankful the phone does ring. Be glad people want and need you. Then he added pathetically, nobody ever calls me anymore. I would like to hear the telephone ring again. Nobody wants me, and nobody needs me. I'm a has-been. The feeling of not being wanted or needed can produce frustration, illness, and even aging. It is not only a sad way to live, but it is damaging to the human psyche. If you're feeling useless, for your own sake, do something about it. Try getting out of yourself for a while. Stop feeling sorry for yourself and find a way instead to provide a service for someone else. Think about people who are less fortunate than you who need help. Volunteer for a worthwhile cause. Not only will you find the esteem we all need, but others will greatly benefit by what
people
you
who
give.
deliberately strive to be popular often fail in the attempt. Popularity sought purely for its own sake can be a superficial goal which encourages superficial results. On the other hand, we all know someone who has that extra something, a magnetism that comes from inner confidence. Without even trying, these people never seem to lack for friends.
Before we begin talking about ways to improve your relationships, let me warn you that no one, no matter how terrific, is liked by everyone. It's a curious quirk in human nature. But there are certain people with whom we simply don't click. Even the Bible recognizes this fact about human nature, for it says, if it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. The Bible is a very realistic book. It knows people, their infinite possibilities, as well as their imperfections. The Bible advised the disciples that they should do their best to get along with the people in the villages they visited. But if they still couldn't do so, after trying sincerely, they were to shake off the very dust of the village from their feet. And whosoever will not receive you when you go out of that city, shake off the very dust from your feet for a testimony against them. This is all by way of saying that if you don't achieve perfect popularity with everyone, don't let it bother you too much. People have never mastered the knack of being sought after, and it's not for lack of trying. Some people even go to extremes, acting in a manner they don't really enjoy, all because of their intense desire to be liked. Unfortunately, this desire is often merely a search for a superficial kind of popularity. Having said that, now let me tell you that there are certain procedures which can make you a person that other people like to be with, without becoming artificial or putting on an act. You can enjoy satisfactory personal relationships even if you are a difficult person or are by nature are shy and retiring, here are some suggestions. First, try to be a comfortable type of person, the kind that others can be easy with. Some people always keep a barrier between themselves and the world. It's a strain just to be with them. A stiff, unresponsive individual never quite meshes into a group. It's hard to know what they're feeling or how they're going to react. They make you feel a little uneasy. But a comfortable kind of person is easygoing and natural. They have a pleasant, kindly, genial way about them. Being with them is a bit like wearing an old hat or an old pair of shoes. It is important to try to be natural. Someone who is easy to be with usually has a big soul quality about them. Little people, those who are overly concerned about their place or position, are often stiff and easily offended. Although there are many characteristics that contribute to a likable personality, there is one basic trait that surpasses all others. That is a sincere and forthright interest in and love for people. If you're having trouble with relationships, perhaps you should look for elements in your personality that cause strain when you're with others. Don't automatically assume that other people don't like you because of something wrong with them. Perhaps the trouble is within yourself. Finding and eliminating such problems requires scrupulous honesty and may also involve the help of a professional counselor. The scratchy elements of your personality may be qualities you've acquired over the years. Perhaps you assumed them as a defense, or they may be the result of attitudes developed in your younger days. Regardless of their origin, they can be eliminated. Us seeking help for problems with personal relationships. He was about 35 years old, and such an appealing-looking man, it seems surprising that people shouldn't like him. Yet he proceeded to outline an unhappy set of circumstances to illustrate his dismal failure with people. I do my best, he said. I've tried to put into practice the rules I've been taught about getting along with people, but I get nowhere with the effort. People just don't like me. After talking with him, the trouble became apparent. His manner of speech conveyed a persistently critical attitude. This attitude was thinly veiled, but still it was there. He had an unattractive way of pursing his lips, which indicated a kind of primness or reproof for everybody, as if he felt just a bit superior and disdainful. Isn't there some way to change myself so people will like me, he demanded. Isn't there some way I can stop unconsciously rubbing people the wrong way? The young man was decidedly self-centered and egotistical. The person he really liked was himself. Every statement, every attitude was unconsciously measured in terms of how it made him look. He was irritable with people and picked on them in his own mind, though few outward conflicts developed. Inwardly, he was trying to make everyone over to suit himself. Unconsciously, people realized this. In their minds, they erected barriers against him. Since he was being unpleasant to people in his thoughts, it followed that he was less than warm in his behavior. He was polite enough and managed not to be boorish and unpleasant, but people unconsciously felt coolness in him, so they gave him the brush off, and with good reason. For in his mind, he had already brushed them off. In a sense, he liked himself too well, and to build up his self-esteem, he put others down. He was suffering from too much self-love. To change his situation, he had to be taught how to love other people and to forget himself, which was, of course, a complete reversal of his habits. He was bewildered and baffled when his difficulty was outlined to him. But since he was sincere and meant business, he practiced his suggested techniques for developing love of others in place of extreme self-love. It took some fundamental changes to accomplish this goal, since his egotism was so deeply ingrained. But in the end, he did succeed. Suggested was that he make a list of people he had met during the day. For example, the bus driver or the newsboy. Every night before retiring, he was to mentally picture each person on the list. And as he brought each face up before him, he was to think a kindly thought about that person and then pray for them. Each of us has his own world, people we encounter each day or with whom we do business. This man was instructed to pray for those in his own little world. For example, the first person he saw each morning was the elevator man in his apartment house. Normally, he'd say a perfunctory good morning. Now he took the time to have a little chat. He asked the elevator man about his family and about his interests. He found that he had an interesting point of view and some experiences which were quite fascinating. He began to see new values in a person who had previously been a mechanical robot to him. He actually began to like the elevator operator, and in turn, the elevator operator, who had formed a pretty accurate opinion of the young man, began to reverse his views. They established a friendly relationship. So the process went from person to person on his list. One day the young man said, "I've found that the world is filled with interesting people, and I never realized it before." When he made that observation, he proved that he was losing himself. And when he did that, as the Bible so wisely tells us, he found himself. In losing himself, he found himself and lots of new friends besides. People began to like him. Learning to pray for other people is a very important step in this process. When you pray for someone, you tend to lift the relationship to a higher level. The best in other people begins to flow out toward you as your best flows toward them. In the meeting of the best, in each, a higher understanding is established. Essentially, getting people to like you is merely the other side of liking them. One of the most popular men who lived in the United States in this century was the late Will Rogers. And one of the most characteristic statements he ever made was, "I never met a man I didn't like." Now that may have been a slight exaggeration, but I'm sure Will Rogers didn't think so. That is truly the way he felt about people. And as a result, people opened up to him like flowers to the sun. One way to get people to like you is to practice building up their ego. Everyone has a normal desire for feelings of self-importance. If I deflate your ego, and therefore your self-importance, I show my lack of respect for you. Though you may laugh it off, I have indeed wounded you. And while you may exercise charity toward me, unless you are finely developed spiritually, you're not going to like me very much. On the other hand, if I elevate your self-respect and contribute to your feelings of personal worth, I am showing high esteem for your ego. I have helped you to be your best self, and in return, you appreciate my efforts. You are grateful to me. You like me for it. Almost anyone that you help to build up and become a better person will give you his devotion. Build up as many people as you can, but do it sincerely and unselfishly. Do it because you like them and because you recognize their potential. If you do good for people, affection and esteem will flow back to you. Best of all, you will never lack
for getting people to like you are simple. Here are 10 practical exercises to help you become someone that you'd like to know. 1. A person's name is very important. When you meet someone, try to remember their name. If you don't, they may feel you're not very interested in them. 2. Be the comfortable sort of person with whom others feel relaxed. Try to make them feel at home with you. 3. Acquire that quality of relaxed easygoingness so that everyday irritations don't ruffle you. 4. Don't be egotistical. Guard against giving the impression that you know it all. 5. Try to be an interesting person. Cultivate interests to keep your mind alive. People enjoy being with someone who is stimulating.
Maximum
6.
pulse!
Get those scratchy elements out of your personality. If you suspect there may be bothersome traits you're not aware of, get a friend or perhaps a professional to help you.
They hit a checkpoint.
7.
Now might be a
Attempt to
good time
heal
to
the
stop them.
misunderstandings you've had with others. Sincerely drain off your grievances. 8. Practice liking people until it comes naturally to you. 9. Never miss an opportunity to say a word of congratulations upon someone's achievement or express sympathy for their sorrow or disappointment. 10. Strengthen your spiritual life. Then offer strength to others that will help them meet life more effectively. Give strength to people and they will give affection to you.
Winston Churchill once wrote about the great British General Tudor. He commanded a division of the British Fifth Army, which faced the powerful German assault in March 1918. The odds were heavily against him, but General Tudor knew how to meet an apparently immovable and undefeatable obstacle. His method was simple. He merely stood and let the obstacle break on him, and he in turn broke the obstacle. Now here is what Churchill said about General Tudor. The impression I had of Tudor was of an iron peg hammered into the frozen ground, immovable. General Tudor knew how to stand up to an obstacle. Just stand up to it, that's all. Don't whine or complain about it. Don't give way under it. Stand up to it, and it will finally break. You will break it. Something has to break, and it won't be you. It will be the obstacle. People who cringe in front of their challenges not only trip themselves up, but they can often affect a whole team or organization. People like the Obstacle Man, for example. Here's his story. This Obstacle Man worked in a large creative organization. He received this name because no matter what suggestion was advanced, his mind instantly latched onto all the possible obstacles in connection with it. One day, the directors of his firm were considering a project which involved considerable expense and some definite hazards, as well as possibilities for success. In a discussion of the venture, the Obstacle Man would frequently consider the obstacles involved. Now, present at this meeting was another man who said very little, but who was greatly respected by his colleagues for his ability and achievement. After listening to the obstacle man's litany of objections, he finally asked, "Why do you constantly emphasize the obstacles in this proposition instead of the possibility?" The obstacle man responded, "To be intelligent, one must always be realistic, and it is a fact that there are definite problems with this project. What attitude would you take toward these obstacles, may I ask?"
Time to switch
The
things
other
up,
man
including which side
unhesitatingly
you're on.
replied, "What attitude would I take toward these obstacles?
You'll need a top-notch
Why, I
team
would
to win
just
this one.
remove them, that's all. And then I would forget them." "But," said the obstacle man, "that's easier said than done. You say you would remove them and forget them. May I ask if you have any technique for doing this that the rest of us have never discovered?" A slow smile came over the face of the other man as he said, "My entire life removing obstacles, and I never saw one yet that couldn't be removed, provided you had enough faith and guts and were willing to work. Since you want to know how it's done, I'll show you." He then reached into his pocket and took a card out of his wallet. He shoved the card across the table and said, "There, read that. That's my formula. And don't give me a song and dance about how it won't work either. I know better from experience." The obstacle
You gotta get out there.
with a strange
Get a Ford Bronco.
read the words to himself. "Read them out loud," urged the other man. In a slow, dubious voice, he read, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." The owner of the card put it back in his wallet and said, "I've lived a long time and have faced a lot of difficulties, but there is power in those words, actual power, and with it you can remove any obstacle." He said this with confidence, and everyone knew he meant it. He was in fact a remarkable man who had overcome many odds, and his successful track record spoke for itself. His positive attitude, plus the fact that he was not in any sense holier than thou, made his words convincing to the men around the table. At any rate, there was no more negative talk from the obstacle man or anyone else from then on. The project was put into operation, and despite risks and difficulties, it turned out successfully. Think of the winning mentality that sports champions cultivate. When a game seems to be going against them, they can't let discouragement creep in. They can't let negative thoughts dominate, or they will lose the power to win. To be a champion in your own arena, your mental and spiritual resources must be razor sharp with confidence. Now you may say, "But you don't know my circumstances. I'm in a different situation than anybody else, and I'm about as far down as a human being can get." Well, if that's true, and you're down as far as you can get, in that case, congratulations, for you're at the bottom, and the bottom is a wonderful place. The only place you can go from the bottom is up. On the other hand, it's hard to say you're in a situation that no one has ever encountered before. There is no such situation. Practically speaking, there are only a few human stories, and they've all been enacted before. This is a fact we must never forget. There are people in this world who have overcome every conceivable difficulty, even the most hopeless, even the one in which you now find yourself. There is always a way out. A wise old man was once asked how he overcame the many difficulties of his life. How do I get through a trouble? Well, first I try to go around it. And if I can't go around it, I try to get under it. And if I can't get under it, I try to go over it. And if I can't go over it, I just plow right through it. Then he added, God and I plow right through it together. One way to help your subconscious become more positive is to eliminate certain expressions of thought and speech, which we'll call the little negatives. These little negatives clutter up the average person's conversation, and while each one is seemingly unimportant in itself, when taken together, they have a total effect of creating a negative mindset. If you analyze your own conversational habits, you may be shocked by what you find. See how often gloomy little statements creep in like, I'm afraid I'll be late, or what if I have a flat tire, or I don't think I can do that, or even, I knew it was going to rain. These are little negatives, to be sure, and a big thought is, of course, more powerful than a little one. But it should never be forgotten that mighty oaks from little acorns grow. And if a mass of little negatives clutters up your conversation, they're bound to seep into your mind. Soon they accumulate in force, and before you know it, grow into big negatives. Make the decision right now to go to work on your little negatives. Root them out of your thoughts and your conversations. The best way to do this is to say a positive word about everything. When you keep asserting that things are going to work out well, that you can do the job, that you will not have a flat tire, that you will get there on time, you invoke the law of positive effects. You will find that good results do occur. Things do turn out well. Now, as we've said before, our success in overcoming obstacles is greatly influenced by our attitude. In fact, most of our obstacles are actually mental in character. You may object. My obstacles are not mental. Mine are real. Perhaps so, but your attitude toward them is mental. Attitudes are created by a mental process, and what you think about your obstacles largely determines what you do about them. Take the attitude that you can't remove an obstacle, and you won't. But get the idea firmly fixed in your mind that the obstacle is not so great as you previously considered it to be. Hold on to the idea that the obstacle is removable. The very moment you begin to think in this manner, you inaugurate the process that will eventually remove your obstacle. If there's a difficulty which has defeated you for a long time, it's likely that you've told yourself for weeks, months, and even years that there's nothing, only your inabilities. Your mind gradually concludes that you are indeed incapable. And when your mind is convinced, you're convinced. For as you think, so you are. Armed with a new attitude, now take another look at that obstacle that's been bothering you. You will find that it isn't so formidable as you thought. Say to yourself, the rough is only mental. I think victory, I get victory. Remember that formula. Write it on a piece of paper, put it in your wallet, stick it over the kitchen sink, put it on your dressing table and on your desk. Keep looking at it until its truth permeates your whole mental attitude, until it becomes a positive obsession. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. What may seem to be a difficult proposition is hard or easy depending upon how we think about it. Some of America's greatest thinkers tackled this question of attitude, and each came to the same conclusion. Ralph Waldo Emerson believed that the human personality can be touched with divine power, and through this channel, greatness is released. William James pointed out that the most important factor in any undertaking is one's belief about it. And Henry David Thoreau told us that the secret of achievement is to hold a picture of a successful outcome in mind. I frequently receive letters from people who discovered just how practical the I don't believe in defeat approach can be. One man wrote to relate his father's story. My father was a traveling salesman, the letter began. Every year he changed the line of goods he would sell and tell my mother that this was the last change. He always said that next year our problems would be over and we would be on Easy Street. But Easy Street never happened, and my father was always tense, always afraid of himself, always whistling in the dark. Then one day, a fellow salesman gave Father a copy of a little 3-sentence prayer. He was told to repeat it just before calling on a customer. Father tried it, and the results were almost miraculous. He sold 85% of all the calls he made the first week, and every week after that, the results were wonderful. Some weeks, his percentage ran as high as 95, and Father had 16 weeks in which he sold every customer he called on. Father gave this prayer to several other salesmen, and in each case, it brought astounding results. Here is the prayer. I believe I am always divinely guided. I believe I will always take the right turn in the road. I believe God will always make a way where there is no way. Obstacles exist, all right. But even if we don't dream them up, most of the time they're not really as difficult as they seem. It's your attitude that counts. Your attitude which gives obstacles their power or lack of power. To the degree that your attitude shifts from negative to positive, the ability to master your problems will come. You must believe that Almighty God has instilled in you the power to lift yourself out of the rough by keeping your eyes firmly fixed on the source of your power. Affirm to yourself that through this power you can do anything you have to do. Believe that this power is taking the tension out of you, that His power is flowing through you. Believe this, and a sense of victory.
Simple exercise to practice. Say out loud, I don't believe in defeat. I don't believe in defeat. Continue to affirm that day and night until the idea completely dominates your subconscious. Eventually, you'll discover that the shortest path between you and your goal is a direct one, despite any obstacle in your way. Here you will discover the practical secrets that can lead to a life in which dreams are achieved and expectations are fulfilled. As Dr. Peel says, life cannot deny itself to the person who gives life his all. So, as you listen, keep in mind your most burning desire. Surely there's a way to make it come true.
Have you been trained to believe? Are you convinced that you can successfully complete any task you set for yourself? Or are you a doubting Thomas? Do you shrink from even hoping for the things that you would love to accomplish? When you begin something, what do you really expect to happen? If you haven't been doing too well at achieving your goals, perhaps it's time to examine your expectations. It was William James who said, "Our belief at the beginning of a doubtful undertaking is the one thing that ensures the successful outcome of the venture." Rule number 1, when there's something you want, learn to believe. The Bible teaches a technique for obtaining spiritual power, a method which emphasizes how a person can make something of himself. When released, this power can provide one of the greatest forces in human nature. Belief, positive thinking, faith in God, faith in other people, faith in yourself, faith in life. This is the essence of the technique. If thou canst believe, it says, all things are possible to him that believeth. If you have faith, nothing shall be impossible unto you. According to your faith, be it unto you. Believe, believe, believe. So it drives home the truth that faith moves mountains. For those who are serious about getting the best out of life, I will once again suggest that you read the New Testament. Notice the number of times it refers to faith. Select a dozen of the strongest statements about faith, the ones you like the best, then memorize each one. Let these faith concepts drop into your conscious mind. Say them over and over again, especially just before going to sleep at night. By a process of spiritual osmosis, they will sink from your conscious into your subconscious mind, and in time, they will restructure your basic thought pattern. Believe that you are experiencing this upthrust of force. You will be amazed at the lifting power you will receive. Naturally, in this process of achieving the best, it is important to know where you want to go in life.
30 seconds.
You can reach your goals and make your dreams come true only if you know what you want. Lots of people get nowhere simply because they don't know where they want to go. They have no clear-cut, precisely defined purpose. You cannot expect the best if you think aimlessly. I was once consulted by a 26-year-old man who was dissatisfied with his job. He was ambitious to fill a bigger niche in life and wanted to know how to improve his circumstances. In the course of our conversation, I asked him, "Well, where do you want to go?" The young man replied hesitantly, "I don't know exactly. I've never given it any thought. I only know that I want to go somewhere other than where I am." "Well, what can you do best? What are your strong points?" I then asked. "I don't know," the man responded. I never thought that over. "But what would you like to do if you had your choice? What do you really want to do?" "I just can't say," came the response. "I don't really know what I'd like to do. I never thought it over." Finally, I said, "Now look here. You want to go somewhere from where you are, but you don't know where you want to go. You don't know what you can do or what you would like to do. You'll have to get your ideas organized before you can expect to start getting anywhere." And that is the failure point with many people. They never get part of the process, he explained. I believe that if you want to get somewhere in life, you must make a clear decision about what you want to accomplish. Be sure it is a sound objective, then photograph this goal on your mind and hold it there. Work hard, believe in it, and the thought will become so powerful it will tend to assure its own success. I've found that there's a deep tendency to become what your mind pictures, provided the objective is sound and you hold the mental picture strongly enough. Then the editor pulled a well-worn card from his wallet and said, I repeat this quotation every day of my life. It has become my dominating thought. Here's what the card said. A man who is self-reliant, positive, optimistic, and undertakes his work with the assurance of success magnetizes his condition. He draws to himself the creative powers of the universe. It is indeed a fact that the person who thinks with positive self-reliance and optimism does magnetize his condition, and this releases power to attain a goal. Over and over again, we've seen that what the mind profoundly expects, it tends to receive. Think about that. Perhaps this is because the thing that you expect is what you actually want. Unless you want something deeply enough to create a dynamic atmosphere of positive factors, your desire is likely to be a great law to meditate upon. Faith, power, works wonders. Those 4 words are packed with dynamic and creative force. Hold them in your thoughts. Say them over and over again. Say them until your mind accepts them, until you believe them. Faith, power, works wonders. You can overcome any obstacle. You can achieve the most tremendous things by faith power. And how do you develop faith power? As I've said before, the answer is to saturate your mind with the great words of the Bible. Spend 1 hour a day reading the Bible and committing its great passages to memory. The change in you and in your experiences will be little short of miraculous. Just one section of the Bible will accomplish this for you. Chapter 11 of Mark contains one of the greatest formulas in the book. It's this: have faith in God. For verily I say unto you, that whosoever shall say unto this mountain, be removed, and be thou cast into the sea, and shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe that those things which he saith shall come to pass, he shall have whatsoever he saith.
Only 60 seconds left.
Now, why does this passage use the word heart? Because it means that you are not to allow doubt into your subconscious, into the inner essence of you. And this doubt is not the kind of superficial doubt which normal, intelligent questioning raises. Rather, we are instructed to avoid the deep, fundamental doubt that obstructs the flow of faith. Another interesting thing to note about this passage is that we are told, ye shall say to this mountain. The reason great things don't happen to some people is because they aren't specific enough in their application of faith power. In other words, don't address your efforts to the entire mountain range of all your difficulties. Attack one problem at a time. Be specific. If there's something you want, what is the best way to go about getting it? In the first place, ask yourself, should I want it? Test the question very honestly in prayer to be sure you should want it and whether you should have it. If you can answer that question in the affirmative, then ask God for it and don't be backward in asking Him. And if God, having more insight, believes that you shouldn't have it, you needn't worry. He won't give it to you. But if it is a right thing, ask Him for it specifically. And when you ask, do not allow doubt in your mind. Were suggested to one man who perpetually expected the worst in all aspects of his life. He took a negative attitude toward every project or problem he faced and expressed a vigorous disbelief in these principles. In fact, he offered to conduct a test to prove them wrong. Since he was an honest man, he tried them faithfully and even kept a scorecard. After 6 months, he reported that 85% of his problems had turned out satisfactorily. I am now convinced, he said, although I wouldn't have believed it possible. It seems to be true that if you expect the best, you are given some strange kind of power to create conditions that produce the desired results. From now on, I am changing my mental attitude and shall expect the best, not the worst. My test indicates that this is not a theory, but a realistic way to meet life's situations. May I say that I am very interested in you. So every day as you confront the problems of life, I suggest that you affirm as follows. I believe that God gives me power to attain what I really want. Never mention the worst. Never think of it. Drop it out of your consciousness. At least 10 times every day, repeat to yourself, I expect the best, and with God's help, will attain the best. If in the depths of your mind you visualize the best and employ the powers of faith and energy, you will get the best. If with all your heart, that is the secret. If with all your heart, that is to say, if you reach out creatively toward your heart's desire with your entire personality, your reach will not be in vain. So expect the best. Never think of the worst. Drop it out of your thoughts. Let there be no thought in your mind that the worst will happen, for whatever you take into your mind can grow there. So take in only the best. Nurture it, concentrate on it, emphasize it, visualize it, prayerize it, surround it with faith. Expect the best at all times, and spiritually creative mind power, aided by God power, will produce the best. Finished listening to these tapes. What have you heard? Simply a series of practical and workable techniques for living a successful life. You have heard a formula of belief and practice which should help you win victory over every defeat. Examples have been given here of people who have believed and who have applied the suggested techniques. But listening is not enough. Now please go back and practice each technique. They have been tested in the laboratory of spiritual and practical experience. When applied, they will work for you as they have worked for many. We may never meet in person, but through these tapes, I feel we have met. We are friends and partners, so believe and live successfully. Thank you, and best wishes always, Norman Vincent Peale.
You've been listening to Dr. Simon & Schuster audio presentation. Recording engineer Ed Valentine. Mixing engineer Gary Fink. Writer Mary Bruton. Executive producer Peg Combe. I'm Connie Goldman.
The Pursuit of God by A.W. Tozer. Narrated by Mark Christensen. And we shall know and follow on in knowing the Lord. His going forth is prepared as the dawn. Hosea 6, verse 3. Introduction. Here is a masterly study of the inner life by a heart thirsting after God, eager to grasp at least the outskirts of his ways, the abyss of his love for sinners.
Your emotions are not your friend. Let me say that again. Your emotions are not your friend. They are not some sacred inner voice guiding you toward truth and happiness. They are biological reactions designed for a world that no longer exists. A world where immediate emotional responses meant the difference between life and death. But in today's world, your emotional reactions are sabotaging your success, destroying your relationships, and keeping you trapped in cycles of regret and failure. Every single day, you make decisions based on how you feel in the moment. You get triggered by a comment and fire back with something you'll regret. You feel overwhelmed and quit on your goals. You get anxious about a presentation and avoid the opportunity that could change your career. You let anger control your words and destroy relationships that took years to build. You are being controlled by chemical reactions in your brain, and you don't even realize it. But here's what the top 1% of high achievers know that you don't. They have learned the most powerful skill in human existence, the ability to not react, the ability to feel the emotion, acknowledge it, and then choose their response based on logic, strategy, and long-term thinking, instead of the primitive impulses screaming in their heads. This is not about becoming emotionless. This is not about suppressing your feelings or pretending they don't exist. This is about taking back control of your life by mastering the space between stimulus and response. The space where your power lives. The space where your future is determined. By the time you finish this audiobook, you will never be the same person who started listening. You will have the tools, the knowledge, and the mental frameworks to control your emotions instead of being controlled by them. You will learn how to stay calm under pressure, make better decisions when stakes are high, and build the kind of unshakable inner strength that separates winners from everyone else. Chapter 1. The hidden cost of emotional reactivity. Most people have no idea how much their emotional reactions are costing them. They think it's normal to get triggered. They think it's human nature to lose control when things get difficult. They think that strong emotions are a sign of passion and authenticity. They are wrong, dead wrong. And this delusion is destroying their lives in ways they can't even see. Let me paint you a picture of what emotional reactivity actually looks like in the real world. You're in a meeting with your boss and colleagues. Someone challenges your idea in a way that feels disrespectful. Your heart starts racing. Your face gets hot. The voice in your head starts screaming about how unfair this is, how they don't understand your vision, how they're trying to make you look bad. And before you know it, you're defending yourself with an edge in your voice that makes everyone in the room uncomfortable. You've just damaged your professional reputation over a 60-second emotional reaction. Or maybe you're having an argument with your partner about something relatively minor. They say something that hits a nerve. Instead of staying calm and working toward a solution, you escalate. You bring up past grievances. You say things designed to hurt them because you're hurting. 10 minutes later, you've turned a small disagreement into a relationship-threatening fight that will take days to recover from. All because you couldn't control your initial emotional reaction. Here's the brutal truth that no one wants to face. Every time you react emotionally instead of responding thoughtfully, you are training your brain to be weaker. You are reinforcing neural pathways that make you more likely to lose control the next time. You are literally rewiring your brain for failure, for conflict, for regret. And the worst part is that you're doing it voluntarily. The science is clear on this. Every emotional reaction triggers the release of stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. These chemicals flood your system, cloud your judgment, and make it impossible to think clearly. But here's what most people don't realize. These hormones don't just disappear when the situation is over. They stay in your system for hours, sometimes days, affecting every decision you make, every interaction you have, every thought that crosses your mind. This means that one emotional reaction in the morning can sabotage your entire day. That argument with your spouse affects how you perform at work. That stressful email triggers a cascade of poor decisions that ripple through your entire week. You become trapped in a cycle of reactivity, where each emotional outburst makes the next one more likely. But the cost goes deeper than just your daily performance. Chronic emotional reactivity literally changes your brain structure. Studies using brain imaging technology show that people who regularly lose emotional control have smaller prefrontal cortexes. This is the part of your brain responsible for rational thinking, planning, and impulse control. In other words, the more you react emotionally, the less capable you become of thinking clearly and making good decisions. The financial cost of emotional reactivity is staggering. Think about every opportunity you've missed because you were too angry, too anxious, or too overwhelmed to think straight. Every relationship you've damaged because you couldn't keep your mouth shut when you were upset. Every goal you've abandoned because you felt discouraged and decided to quit. The compound effect of these losses over a lifetime is devastating. I've worked with executives who have lost millions of dollars because they made decisions while angry. I've seen entrepreneurs destroy partnerships that took years to build because they couldn't control their emotional reactions during negotiations. I've watched brilliant people sabotage their own careers by sending emails they wrote while frustrated, or making presentations while anxious. The relationship cost is even more heartbreaking. Every time you lose control emotionally with someone you care about, you withdraw trust from the relationship bank account. You create distance. You plant seeds of resentment. Over time, these emotional reactions accumulate and destroy the very relationships that matter most to you. Your children watch how you handle emotions and learn that this is normal. Your partner starts walking on eggshells around you because they never know what might trigger you. Your colleagues begin to see you as unreliable and unstable. Your reputation becomes one of someone who can't be counted on when things get tough. But perhaps the highest cost of emotional reactivity is what it does to your relationship with yourself. Every time you lose control, you lose respect for yourself. You know that you're capable of more. You know that you could have handled the situation better. But in the moment, you felt powerless against your own emotions. This creates a cycle of self-doubt and shame that erodes your confidence from the inside out. The good news is that this is completely within your control. Emotional reactivity is not your destiny. It's not written in your DNA. It's not an unchangeable part of who you are. It's a habit. And like any habit, it can be broken and replaced with something better. The question is whether you're willing to do the work to change it. Chapter 2. Why your brain is wired to sabotage you. To understand how to control your emotions, you first need to understand why your brain seems determined to make you lose control. The truth is, your emotional responses are not random or meaningless. They are the result of millions of years of evolution, designed to keep your ancestors alive in a world full of immediate physical threats. But the world has changed dramatically, and your brain hasn't gotten the memo. Let me introduce you to the most important part of your brain that you've probably never heard of, the amygdala. This small, almond-shaped structure sits deep in your brain and serves as your personal Spider-Man. Its job is to scan for threats and trigger immediate responses to keep you safe. When your ancestors encountered a saber-toothed tiger, the amygdala would flood their system with adrenaline, shut down rational thinking, and prepare them for fight or flight. This response saved lives. The problem is that your amygdala can't tell the difference between a saber-toothed tiger and an angry email from your boss. It can't distinguish between a physical threat and a social threat. It treats criticism, rejection, embarrassment, and conflict as if they were life or death situations. So when your colleague questions your idea in a meeting, your amygdala sounds the alarm just as if you were being attacked by a predator. This is called an amygdala hijack, and it happens to you more often than you realize. The moment your brain perceives a threat, rational thinking goes offline. Blood flow is redirected away from your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for logic, planning, and impulse control, and toward your limbic system, which controls emotional responses. You literally become less intelligent when you're emotionally activated. Here's what makes this even worse. Your amygdala learns from experience, but it's terrible at learning the right lessons. Every time you have an emotional reaction to something, your amygdala files that information away as evidence that the situation was actually dangerous. This means that things that triggered you once become more likely to trigger you again. Your brain is constantly expanding the list of things that it considers threats. This is why people who have been hurt in relationships become hypersensitive to any sign of rejection or abandonment. Their amygdala has learned that emotional pain is dangerous, so it starts sounding alarms at the slightest hint that it might happen again. This is why people who have been criticized at work become defensive about any feedback, even when it's constructive and well-intentioned. Your amygdala also has a negativity bias. It's much better at remembering threats than rewards, failures than successes, pain than pleasure. This made sense when survival was the primary concern, because forgetting about a threat could get you killed, while forgetting about a reward was just unfortunate. But in today's world, this negativity bias means your brain is constantly looking for problems, dangers, and reasons to be upset. Another crucial factor is that your amygdala processes information much faster than your rational mind. It can identify a threat and trigger an emotional response in as little as 12 milliseconds. Your prefrontal cortex, the rational part of your brain, takes at least 500 milliseconds to process the same information. This means you're reacting emotionally long before you have a chance to think rationally about what's actually happening. This is why you sometimes find yourself getting angry or anxious and then wondering why. Your emotional brain has already decided there's a threat and started preparing your body for action before your rational brain even knows what's going on. By the time you're consciously aware of feeling angry, your heart is already racing, your muscles are tense, and stress hormones are flooding your system. The modern world makes this problem even worse because we're constantly exposed to low-level stresses that keep our amygdala on high alert. Social media notifications, news headlines designed to trigger fear and outrage, work emails that demand immediate responses, traffic jams, financial pressures, relationship conflicts. Your brain is bombarded with signals that something might be wrong, which keeps your emotional alarm system in a constant state of activation. This chronic state of alert has serious consequences for your ability to think clearly and make good decisions. When your amygdala is constantly
I will send you to Jesus.
it becomes hypersensitized. Things that wouldn't normally bother you start to feel overwhelming. Your threshold for emotional reactions gets lower and lower until even minor inconveniences can trigger major emotional responses. Sleep deprivation makes this even worse. When you don't get enough quality sleep, your amygdala becomes 40% more reactive to negative stimuli. This means you're literally more likely to lose emotional control when you're tired. Stress, poor nutrition, lack of exercise, and dehydration all have similar effects on your brain's ability to regulate emotions. But here's the part that will change everything for you. Understanding that your emotional reactions are automatic doesn't mean you're powerless against them. It means you can learn to work with your brain instead of against it. You can train your prefrontal cortex to override your amygdala. You can build new neural pathways that support emotional control instead of emotional reactivity. The key is recognizing that there is always a gap between the trigger and your response. It might be microseconds, but it exists. And in that gap lies your power. That's where you can choose to respond instead of react. That's where you can take back control of your life. Chapter 3. The 4 levels of emotional mastery. Not all emotional control is created equal. Most people think that managing emotions is a simple on-off switch. Either you're in control or you're not. Either you're calm or you're reactive. This black and white thinking is exactly why most people never develop real emotional mastery. True emotional control exists on 4 distinct levels, and understanding these levels is crucial for developing the kind of unshakable inner strength that separates champions from everyone else. Level 1 is unconscious reactivity. This is where most people spend their entire lives. At this level, you are completely at the mercy of your emotions. You feel something, and you immediately act on it without any conscious choice in the matter. Someone says something that bothers you, and you fire back instantly. You feel anxious about a situation, and you avoid it without thinking. You get excited about an opportunity, and you make impulsive decisions that you later regret. People at level 1 don't even realize they have a choice in how they respond to their emotions. They believe that their feelings are facts, that their emotional reactions are justified, and that other people are responsible for how they feel. They say things like, "You made me angry," or "I can't help the way I feel," or "I was just being honest about my emotions." They have zero awareness of the gap between stimulus and response. The problem with level 1 is that it makes you completely unpredictable and unreliable. People never know which version of you they're going to get. You might be calm and reasonable one day and explosive the next, depending on your mood, your stress level, and what's happening in your life. This unpredictability destroys trust in relationships and makes it impossible for others to count on you when things get difficult. Level 2 is conscious reactivity. This is where you become aware that you're having an emotional reaction, but you choose to act on it anyway. You know you're angry. You know you're about to say something you'll regret, but you do it anyway because it feels justified in the moment. You recognize that you're being controlled by your emotions, but you tell yourself that this situation is different, that this time your reaction is warranted. People at level 2 often justify their emotional reactions by focusing on the behavior of others. They say things like, "Yes, I lost my temper, but did you see what they did to me?" Or, "I know I shouldn't have sent that email, but they had it coming." They have awareness but no real control. They see the gap between stimulus and response, but choose not to use it. Level 2 is actually more frustrating than level 1 because you know better, but you still can't seem to stop yourself. You become trapped in a cycle of emotional reactions, followed by guilt and regret, followed by promises to do better next time, followed by more emotional reactions. This creates a pattern of self-disappointment that erodes your confidence and self-respect over time. Level 3 is conscious response. This is where real emotional mastery begins. At this level, you feel the emotion. You recognize it for what it is, and you consciously choose how to respond based on your values and your long-term goals rather than your immediate feelings. You might feel angry, but you choose to speak calmly. You might feel anxious, but you choose to take action anyway. You might feel disappointed, but you choose to focus on solutions rather than dwelling on problems. People at level 3 understand that emotions are information, not instructions. They recognize that feeling angry doesn't mean they have to act angry. They know that feeling anxious doesn't mean they're in actual danger. They have learned to create space between what they feel and how they respond, and they use that space to make choices that align with who they want to be, rather than how they happen to feel in the moment. This level requires significant practice and self-awareness. You have to become skilled at recognizing your emotional states as they arise, understanding what triggers them, and having a repertoire of alternative responses ready to deploy. You have to train yourself to pause, breathe, and think before you act. This doesn't happen overnight, but it is absolutely achievable with consistent effort. Level 4 is emotional alchemy. This is the highest level of emotional mastery, where you not only control your response to emotions, but actually transform the emotions themselves. Instead of just managing anger, you transform it into motivation. Instead of just coping with fear, you transform it into excitement. Instead of just dealing with disappointment, you transform it into curiosity about what you can learn from the experience. People at level 4 have developed such a deep understanding of their emotional patterns that they can often prevent negative emotions from arising in the first place. They have restructured their thinking patterns, their beliefs, and their mental models in ways that naturally generate more positive emotional states. When negative emotions do arise, they have the skills to quickly transform them into something more useful. This level is not about positive thinking or pretending that negative emotions don't exist. It's about developing such mastery over your internal state that you can consciously choose what to feel in any given situation. You become the director of your own emotional experience rather than just an actor reading from a script you didn't write. The journey from level 1 to level 4 doesn't happen in a straight line. You might be at level 3 in some areas of your life and level 1 in others. You might handle work stress
I will send you to Jesus.
but completely lose control when dealing with family drama. The goal is not perfection, but progress. Each level represents a significant upgrade in your ability to create the life you want, rather than just reacting to the life that happens to you. Most people never make it past level 2 because they don't understand that emotional mastery is a skill that can be developed. They think that some people are just naturally good at controlling their emotions while others aren't. This is completely false. Emotional control is like physical fitness. Some people might have better genetics, but anyone can get stronger.
I will send you to Jesus.
The question you have to ask yourself is this: what level are you operating at right now? And more importantly, what level do you want to be operating at? Because once you make the decision to upgrade your emotional operating system, everything in your life will begin to change. Chapter 4. The stop method for immediate emotional control. When you're in the middle of an emotional reaction, when your heart is racing and your mind is spinning, and every instinct in your body is telling you to lash out or run away or do something you regret.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
You need a method that you can deploy immediately, in real time, to regain control before you do permanent damage to your relationships, your reputation, or your goals. Most advice about emotional control is useless in these moments because it requires you to think clearly when thinking clearly is exactly what you can't do. When you're emotionally hijacked, your prefrontal cortex is offline. You can't access complex strategies or remember detailed frameworks. You need something simple, something automatic, something that works even when your rational mind has temporarily left the building. This is where the stop. 4 letters that represent 4 actions you can take in sequence to interrupt an emotional reaction and regain control of yourself before you make decisions you'll regret. This method is based on decades of neuroscience research and has been tested in the most high-pressure situations imaginable, from emergency rooms to battlefields to boardrooms. S stands for stop. The moment you notice that you're having an emotional reaction, you must physically stop whatever you're doing. If you're typing an angry email, take your hands off the keyboard.
I will send you to Jesus.
An argument, close your mouth. If you're about to make an impulsive decision, step away from the situation. This physical stopping action sends a signal to your brain that you're taking control. The key to making this work is developing the ability to recognize the early warning signs of emotional activation. Your body always gives you clues before your emotions completely take over. Your heart starts beating faster. Your muscles tense up. Your breathing becomes shallow. You feel heat rising in your face or a knot forming in your stomach. These physical sensations are your cue to stop everything and implement the method. Most people miss these early warning signs because they're not paying attention to their bodies. They're lost in their thoughts, focused on the external situation, completely
I will send you to Jesus.
internally until they're already in full reaction mode. sensations.
I will send you to Jesus.
Early warning system gives you time to implement control strategies before it's too late. The stop action needs to be decisive and complete. You can't sort of stop or partially stop. You have to completely disengage from whatever you were doing. This might feel awkward at first, especially if you're in the middle of a conversation or a meeting. But
I will send you to Jesus.
Stopping is nothing to the lasting damage of saying or doing something you'll regret. T stands for take a breath. Not just any breath, but a specific type of breathing that activates your parasympathetic nervous system and begins to calm your emotional reaction. You're going to breathe in slowly through your nose for a count of 4. Hold your breath for a count of 4. Then breathe out slowly through your mouth for a count of 6. This is called box breathing, and it's used by Navy SEALs, emergency responders, and elite athletes to maintain calm under extreme pressure. The reason this breathing pattern works is that it stimulates your vagus nerve, which is like a reset button for your nervous system. When you're emotionally activated, your sympathetic nervous system is in control, flooding your body with stress hormones and preparing you for fight or flight. The extended exhale activates your parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for rest and recovery. This begins to counteract the stress response and helps restore rational thinking. You need to repeat this breathing pattern at least 3 times, but continue for as long as necessary to feel your heart rate beginning to slow down. Don't rush this step. The goal is not just to calm down enough to function, but to calm down enough to think clearly and make good decisions. This might take 30 seconds, or it might take 5 minutes. Give yourself whatever time you need. O stands for observe. Now that you've stopped the action and begun to regulate your nervous system, you need to objectively observe what's actually happening, both internally and externally. What emotion are you feeling? What thoughts are running through your mind? What physical sensations are you experiencing? What is actually happening in the external situation, as opposed to what you're interpreting or assuming is happening? This observation step is crucial because emotional reactions are often based on interpretations rather than facts. Someone doesn't return your text message, and you interpret that as rejection or disrespect, when they might just be busy. A colleague challenges your idea, and you interpret that as a personal attack, when they might just be trying to make the project better. Your partner seems distant, and you interpret that as evidence they don't like you, when they might just be stressed about work. During the observing, you want to separate facts from interpretation. What did the person actually say or do? What evidence do you have for the story you're telling yourself about their motivations or intentions? What other explanations might exist for their behavior? This process of objective observation helps you see the situation more clearly and often reveals that your emotional reaction was based on assumptions rather than reality. You also want to observe your own internal state with curiosity rather than judgment. Don't beat yourself up for having an emotional reaction. Don't tell yourself you shouldn't feel the way you feel. Just notice what's happening with the same objective interest you might have in watching a nature documentary. This emotion is arising. This thought pattern is active. This physical sensation is present. Information, not evaluation. P stands for proceed. Now that you've stopped the reactive behavior, regulated your nervous system, and objectively observed the situation, you can proceed with a conscious response rather than an unconscious reaction. But this doesn't mean jumping right back into action. The proceed step involves making a conscious choice about how you want to respond based on your values, your goals, and your long-term interests, rather than your immediate emotional impulse. Ask Ask yourself what response would be most aligned with the person you want to be and the outcome you want to create. If your goal is to maintain a good relationship with this person, what response would serve that goal? If your goal is to solve a problem, what response would be most effective? If your goal is to maintain your reputation and integrity, what response would support that goal? Sometimes the best choice in the proceed step is to not respond at all, at least not immediately. You might decide that you need more information before you can respond effectively. You might realize that you're still too emotionally activated to respond in a way that aligns with your values. You might determine that the situation doesn't actually require a response from you at all. Other times, the proceed step might involve having a conversation, but approaching it differently than you would have if you had reacted immediately. Instead of defending yourself, you might ask questions to better understand the other person's perspective. Instead of making accusations, you might express how you interpreted their words or actions and ask for clarification. The stop method becomes more powerful the more you practice it. At first, you might only remember to use it after you've already reacted emotionally. That's normal and still valuable because it helps you develop awareness.
I will send you to Jesus.
Gradually, you'll start to catch yourself earlier in the process, maybe after you've started to react, but before you've done serious damage. Eventually, you'll be able to implement the method as soon as you notice the early warning signs of emotional activation. The goal is not to never have emotional reactions. The goal is to never let those reactions control your behavior in ways that work against your best interests. The stop method gives you the tools to create space between stimulus and response. And in that space lies your power to create the life you want rather than just reacting to the life that happens to you. Chapter 5. Advanced Techniques for Emotional Regulation. Once you've mastered the stop method and can reliably catch yourself before emotional reactions spiral out of control, you're ready for the advanced techniques that separate true masters of emotional regulation from people who just have basic impulse control. These techniques go beyond damage control and move into the realm of emotional optimization, where you don't just manage your emotions but actually use them as tools for peak performance and enhanced decision-making. The first advanced technique is cognitive reframing. This is the ability to consciously change how you interpret a situation in order to change your emotional response to it. Most people think their emotions are caused by external events, but the truth is that emotions are caused by your interpretation of events. Change your interpretation, and you change your emotional experience. Let me give you a concrete example. Imagine you're giving a presentation, and you notice that several people in the audience are looking at their phones. Your initial interpretation might be that they're bored, that your presentation is terrible, that you're failing. This interpretation triggers feelings of anxiety, embarrassment, and self-doubt. But what if you reframed the situation? What if you interpreted their phone usage as evidence that they're so engaged with your ideas that they're taking notes or looking up related information? Suddenly, the same external situation triggers completely different emotions. The key to effective cognitive reframing is developing multiple plausible interpretations for any given situation. When something happens that triggers a negative emotional response, force yourself to come up with at least 3 alternative explanations.
I will send you to Jesus.
One interpretation that's more positive than your initial reaction, one that's more negative, and one that's completely neutral. This exercise isn't about lying to yourself or engaging in positive thinking. It's about recognizing that your initial interpretation of events is often not
I will send you to Jesus.
interpretation, and it's usually not the most accurate one. Your brain has a tendency to jump to conclusions based on incomplete information, past
I will send you to Jesus.
Well-being. The second advanced technique is emotional labeling. This involves becoming extremely precise about identifying and naming your emotional states. Most people have a very limited emotional vocabulary. They know they feel good or bad, happy or sad, but they can't distinguish between frustration and disappointment, between anxiety and excitement, between anger and hurt. This lack of precision makes it much harder to regulate your emotions because you can't manage what you can't clearly identify. It's like trying to fix a car engine when you can only describe the problem as, it's not working right. The more specifically you can identify what you're feeling, the more specifically you can address it. Emotional labeling works by activating your prefrontal cortex and reducing activity in your amygdala. When you put a precise name to an emotion, you literally change your brain state in ways that make the emotion less overwhelming and more manageable. Research shows that people who regularly practice emotional labeling have better emotional regulation, lower stress levels, and improved decision-making abilities. To develop this skill, start by expanding your emotional vocabulary. Instead of just feeling bad, get specific. Are you feeling disappointed, frustrated, overwhelmed, anxious, angry, hurt, or something else entirely? Instead of feeling good, are you feeling satisfied, excited, proud, grateful, content, or energized? The more precise you can be, the more control you'll have over your internal state. The third advanced technique is somatic regulation. This involves using your body to regulate your emotions rather than trying to control your emotions with your mind alone. Your emotional state and your physical state are intimately connected through your nervous system. By consciously changing your physical state, you can directly influence your emotional state. Progressive muscle relaxation is one of the most effective somatic regulation techniques. Starting with your toes and working your way up to your head, systematically tense each muscle group for 5 seconds. Then release the tension and notice the feeling of relaxation. This process helps discharge the physical energy that builds up during emotional activation and sends a signal to your nervous system that it's safe to relax. Cold exposure is another powerful somatic regulation tool. Taking a cold shower, splashing cold water on your face, or even holding ice cubes can activate your vagus nerve and quickly shift your nervous system from sympathetic activation to parasympathetic recovery. The shock of the cold forces your body to adapt, which builds resilience and improves your ability to handle stress and emotional intensity. Movement and exercise are also crucial for emotional regulation. When you're emotionally activated, your body is prepared for action. If you don't provide an outlet for that energy, it stays trapped in your system and maintains the emotional state. Even a few minutes of vigorous movement can help process the energy and return your system to baseline. The fourth advanced technique is timeline reframing. This involves consciously shifting your perspective on time to reduce the emotional impact of current difficulties. When you're in the middle of an emotional reaction, your brain has a tendency to catastrophize and assume that current problems will last forever or have permanent consequences. Timeline reframing works by asking yourself how you'll feel about the current situation in different time frames. How will you feel about this in 1 hour? 1 day? 1 week? 1 month? 1 year? This exercise helps put temporary problems in perspective and reduces the emotional charge around them. You can also use timeline reframing to connect with your future self. Imagine yourself 5 years from now, having successfully navigated this situation and many others like it. What advice would a future version of yourself give you about how to handle the current challenge? This perspective situation is less serious than it initially appeared and suggests more effective responses than emotional reactivity. The fifth advanced technique is energy management. This recognizes that your capacity for emotional regulation is not unlimited. You have a finite amount of mental energy each day, and emotional regulation requires a significant portion of that energy. If you're constantly having to regulate intense emotions, you'll eventually experience decision fatigue and lose the ability to maintain control. Energy management involves being strategic about when and where you expend your emotional regulation resources. This might mean avoiding certain people or situations when you're already stressed or tired. It might mean scheduling difficult conversations for times when you're most mentally fresh. It might mean building recovery time into your day to restore your emotional regulation capacity. Sleep, nutrition, exercise, and stress management all play crucial roles in maintaining your emotional regulation energy. When you're sleep-deprived, hungry, sedentary, or chronically stressed, your capacity for emotional control is dramatically reduced. Taking care of your physical health is not separate from emotional mastery. It's an essential component of it. These advanced techniques require practice and patience to master. Don't try to implement all of them at once. Choose one or two that resonate most with you, and focus on developing competency with those before adding others to your toolkit. Remember, the goal is not to never feel difficult emotions, but to respond to those emotions in ways that align with your values and support your long-term goals. With consistent practice, these techniques will become automatic responses that serve you in any situation life presents. Chapter 6. Building emotional resilience for long-term success. Controlling your emotions in the moment is crucial, but it's only half of the equation. The other half is building the kind of deep, unshakable emotional resilience that makes you anti-fragile. Not just strong enough to survive emotional challenges, but actually stronger because of them. This is what separates people who occasionally manage their emotions from people who have transformed their entire relationship with difficulty, stress, and adversity. Most people approach emotional resilience completely backwards. They wait until they're in crisis to try to develop coping skills. They wait until they're overwhelmed to try to build stress management techniques. They wait until they're burned out to try to create better boundaries. This is like waiting until you're drowning to learn how to swim. By the time you need the skills, it's too late to develop them effectively. True emotional resilience is built during calm periods, not during storms. It's developed through consistent daily practices that strengthen your emotional immune system, so that when challenges arise, you're already prepared to handle them with grace and effectiveness. Just like physical fitness, emotional fitness requires regular training, not just crisis intervention. The foundation of emotional resilience is what I call baseline optimization. This is the daily maintenance of your mental, emotional, and physical state that keeps you operating at peak capacity. When your baseline is strong, you can handle much more stress and challenge before reaching your breaking point. When your baseline is weak, even minor difficulties can overwhelm your system. Sleep is the non-negotiable foundation of baseline optimization. When you're sleep deprived, your amygdala becomes hyperactive, while your prefrontal cortex becomes sluggish. This means you're more likely to have emotional reactions and less able to control them. The research is absolutely clear on this. People who sleep less than 7 hours per night have dramatically reduced emotional regulation capacity. But it's not just about quantity of sleep, it's about quality. Your bedroom needs to be completely dark, cool, and quiet. No screens for at least an hour before bed. No caffeine after 2 p.m. A consistent unstable, so are your emotions. Skipping meals, eating processed foods, consuming too much caffeine, and drinking alcohol all create biochemical conditions that make emotional regulation much more difficult. The solution is not complex, but it requires discipline. Eat protein with every meal to stabilize blood sugar. Consume omega-3 fatty acids to support brain health. Stay hydrated throughout the day. Avoid foods that cause inflammation, which includes most processed foods, excessive sugar, and foods you're sensitive to. Your emotional state is directly connected to your nutritional state, whether you realize it or not. Physical exercise is not optional for emotional resilience. When you exercise regularly, you increase production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which literally grows new brain cells and strengthens neural connections. You also increase production of neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine, which regulate mood and motivation. Perhaps most importantly, exercise provides a controlled stress that builds your capacity to handle uncontrolled stress. But the type of exercise matters. You need both cardiovascular exercise to build stress tolerance and strength training, to build physical confidence and mental toughness. You also need some form of movement that challenges your coordination and focus, like martial arts, dance, or sports. This builds the mind-body connection that's essential for emotional regulation. The second pillar of emotional resilience is cognitive flexibility. This is your ability to see situations from multiple perspectives, generate creative solutions to problems, and adapt your thinking when circumstances change. People with low cognitive flexibility get stuck in rigid thought patterns that amplify emotional reactions. People with high cognitive flexibility can find opportunity in adversity and maintain emotional equilibrium, even when things don't go according to plan. One of the most powerful ways to build cognitive flexibility is through regular exposure to different perspectives and ideas. Read books by authors who disagree with your worldview. Engage in conversations with people who have different backgrounds and beliefs. Travel to places that challenge your assumptions about how life works. The goal is not to abandon your values, but to expand your mental models and increase your ability to see situations from multiple angles. Another crucial component of cognitive flexibility is developing comfort with uncertainty and ambiguity. Most emotional reactions are triggered by situations that feel uncertain or out of control. If you can learn to be comfortable with not knowing exactly how things will turn out, you'll be much less likely to have emotional reactions when life doesn't go according to plan. Practice making decisions with incomplete information. Set goals without knowing exactly how you'll achieve them. Engage in activities that have uncertain outcomes. The more comfortable you become with uncertainty, the more emotionally stable you'll be when facing unknown challenges. The third pillar of emotional resilience is meaning. People who have a clear sense of purpose and meaning in their lives are much more resilient in the face of adversity. When you know why you're doing something, when you can connect your current struggles to a larger purpose, it becomes much easier to maintain emotional control when things get difficult. This doesn't require having a grand mission.
By the eye of Agamotto!
It can be as simple as being a good parent, building a successful business, or making a positive contribution to your community. The key is that your goals and activities need to be connected to something larger than immediate comfort or pleasure. Regularly reflecting on your values and priorities helps maintain this sense of meaning. What do you stand for? What kind of person do you want to be? What kind of impact do you want to have? When you're clear on these questions, it becomes much easier to choose long-term thinking over short-term emotional reactions. The fourth pillar of emotional resilience is social connection. Humans are social creatures, and isolation makes emotional regulation much more difficult. Having strong, supportive relationships provides both emotional resources during difficult times and accountability that helps you maintain high standards for your behavior. But not all relationships contribute to emotional resilience. Relationships with people who are constantly dramatic, negative, or emotionally volatile will drain your emotional energy and make it harder for you to maintain control. You need relationships with people who model emotional maturity and who bring out the best in you rather than triggering your worst impulses. This means being intentional about who you spend time with. Minimize contact with people who consistently create chaos and drama in their lives. Invest more time and energy in relationships with people who are growing, learning, and working to become better versions of themselves. Your emotional state is heavily influenced by the emotional states of the people around you. The fifth pillar of emotional resilience is what I call strategic stress exposure. Just like your muscles need progressive overload to grow stronger, your emotional regulation system needs controlled challenges to develop greater capacity. If you only practice emotional control during easy times, you won't have the strength to maintain it during difficult times. This means intentionally putting yourself in situations that are slightly outside your comfort zone on a regular basis. Take on projects that are challenging but achievable. Have difficult conversations that you've been avoiding. Set goals that require you to grow beyond your current capabilities. The key is to choose your challenges rather than letting life choose them for you. Cold exposure, public speaking, martial arts training, endurance sports, and meditation retreats are all excellent forms of strategic stress exposure. They put you in controlled situations where you have to manage discomfort, uncertainty, and challenge while maintaining composure and focus. The final pillar of emotional resilience is recovery and restoration. Your emotional regulation system, like any high-performance system, needs regular maintenance and recovery. If you're constantly pushing without taking time to restore your energy, you'll eventually burn out and lose the ability to maintain emotional control. This means building regular recovery practices into your daily and weekly routine. Daily meditation or mindfulness practice. Weekly time in nature without technology. Monthly periods of complete disconnection from work and social media. Annual retreats or vacations that allow for deep rest and reflection. Recovery is not a luxury or a reward for hard work. It's a requirement for sustained high performance. Without adequate recovery, your emotional regulation capacity will gradually decline, and you'll find yourself becoming more reactive, more irritable, and less able to handle the normal challenges of life. Building emotional resilience is a long-term project that requires patience and consistency. You can't develop it overnight, but you also can't afford to wait until you need it to start building it. The time to strengthen your emotional foundation is now, while you're relatively calm and stable. Because when the storms of life hit, and they will hit, you want to be the person who remains unshakable while others are falling apart around you. Chapter 7. The Neuroscience of Emotional Transformation. Everything I've taught you so far becomes infinitely more powerful when you understand what's actually happening in your brain when you practice emotional control. This isn't just feel-good psychology or ancient wisdom, though both have their place. This is hard science. Measurable, repeatable, documented changes in brain structure and function that occur when you consistently practice the techniques of emotional mastery. Understanding the neuroscience behind emotional transformation serves two crucial purposes. First, it gives you confidence that the work you're doing is actually creating real, lasting change, not just temporary improvements. Second, it helps you optimize your practice by understanding which specific actions create the most significant neurological changes. Let's start with neuroplasticity, which is your brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout your life. For most of human history, scientists believed that adult brains were fixed and unchangeable. If you had certain emotional patterns or tendencies, you were stuck with them for life. We now know this is completely false. Your brain is constantly rewiring itself based on your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Every time you choose a thoughtful response over an emotional reaction, you strengthen the neural pathways associated with self-control and weaken the pathways associated with reactivity. Every time you practice the stop method, you're literally building new brain circuitry that makes emotional control easier and more automatic. The key insight is that your brain doesn't distinguish between what you're thinking about and what you're actually experiencing. When you mentally rehearse staying calm under pressure, your brain creates the same neural connections as if you had actually stayed calm under pressure. This means you can accelerate your emotional development by regularly visualizing yourself handling challenging situations with grace and composure. The most dramatic neuroplastic changes occur in the prefrontal cortex, which is your brain's executive center. This region is responsible for planning, decision-making, impulse control, and emotional regulation. People who regularly practice emotional control techniques show increased gray matter density in this area, meaning they literally have more brain tissue dedicated to rational thinking and self-control. Meanwhile, the amygdala, your brain's alarm system, actually shrinks in people who practice emotional regulation. This doesn't mean you become emotionless. It means your threat detection system becomes more accurate and less likely to trigger false alarms. You develop the ability to distinguish between real threats that require immediate action and perceived threats that can be handled through thoughtful response. The anterior cingulate cortex is another crucial region that changes with emotion training. This area is responsible for attention regulation and conflict monitoring. It helps you notice when you're having an emotional reaction and redirects your attention toward more constructive responses. People with stronger anterior cingulate cortexes are better at catching themselves before emotional reactions spiral out of control. The insula, which processes bodily sensations and connects them to emotional experiences, also becomes more developed in people who practice emotional awareness. This enhanced body awareness is what allows you to notice the early warning signs of emotional activation before they become full-blown reactions. You become more sensitive to changes in heart rate, muscle tension, breathing patterns, and other physical indicators of emotional state. One of the most fascinating discoveries in neuroscience is that emotional regulation practice actually changes the default mode network of your brain. This is the network of brain regions that's active when you're not focused on a specific task, often called the monkey mind, because it tends to jump from thought to thought without direction. In people who don't practice emotional control, the default mode network tends to generate repetitive, often negative thought patterns. Worry, rumination, self-criticism, and anxiety become the brain's default state. But in people who regularly practice emotional regulation techniques, the default mode network becomes quieter and more peaceful. Their baseline state becomes calm and centered, rather than agitated and reactive. The neurotransmitter systems in your brain also undergo significant changes with emotional training. Serotonin, which regulates mood and social behavior, increases with regular practice of emotional control techniques. Dopamine, which governs motivation and reward, becomes more stable and less dependent on external validation. GABA, your brain's primary inhibitory neurotransmitter, increases, which helps reduce anxiety and promote feelings of calm. Perhaps most importantly, the stress hormone cortisol becomes much better regulated in people who practice emotional control. Chronic elevated cortisol destroys brain cells, impairs memory, weakens the immune system, and creates a cascade of health problems. People who master their emotional responses show lower baseline cortisol levels and faster cortisol recovery after stressful events. Mirror neurons add another fascinating dimension to emotional neuroscience. These are brain cells that fire both when you perform an action and when you observe someone else performing the same action. This means that spending time with people who have good emotional control literally trains your brain to have better emotional control. Conversely, spending time with emotionally reactive people trains your brain to be more reactive. This is why the social environment you choose has such a profound impact on your emotional development. You're not just influenced by other people's behavior. Your brain is actually mimicking their neural patterns through mirror neuron activity. Choose your social environment carefully because it's shaping your brain whether you realize it or not. The research on meditation and mindfulness provides some of the clearest evidence of how emotional practices change brain structure. Studies using brain imaging technology show that just 8 weeks of regular meditation practice creates measurable changes in brain structure. The hippocampus, associated with learning and memory, increases in size. The amygdala decreases in reactivity. The prefrontal cortex becomes more active and better connected to other brain regions. But you don't need to become a meditation master to benefit from these neuroplastic changes. Any consistent practice that involves observing your thoughts and emotions without immediately reacting to them will create similar brain changes. The key factors are consistency, attention, and non-reactive awareness. Breathing exercises create particularly rapid neurological changes because the vagus nerve, which connects your brain to your body's relaxation response, can
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep! Do you want to go do karate in the garage?
The box
yep!
breathing technique I taught you earlier literally activates your parasympathetic nervous system within seconds, creating immediate neurological changes that promote calm and clear thinking. Progressive muscle relaxation works by strengthening the connection between your prefrontal cortex and your motor cortex. When you consciously tense and release muscle groups, you're practicing voluntary control over your body's stress response system. This builds neural pathways that make it easier to consciously relax when you're emotionally activated. The cognitive reframing techniques I discussed earlier work by strengthening connections between your prefrontal cortex and your limbic system. Every time you consciously choose a different interpretation of events, you're building neural highways that make optimistic, solution-focused thinking more automatic and pessimistic, problem-focused thinking less automatic. Understanding these neurological mechanisms can help you stay motivated during difficult periods of your emotional development. When you're struggling to control your reactions, when old patterns seem to be reasserting themselves, when progress feels slow or non-existent, remember that your brain is literally rewiring itself at the cellular level. Changes that feel invisible from the inside are creating measurable transformations in your neural architecture. The timeline for neuroplastic changes varies depending on the specific technique and the consistency of practice, but most people begin to notice differences in their emotional reactivity within 2 to 4 weeks of regular practice. Significant structural changes in brain gray matter typically occur within 8 to 12 weeks. Complete transformation of emotional patterns usually takes 6 months to 2 years of consistent
30
practice.
seconds before you attack.
This
Get
is
ready.
both encouraging and sobering. Encouraging because it means that lasting change is absolutely possible and backed by hard science. Sobering because it means there are no shortcuts or quick fixes. Emotional mastery requires the same kind of patient, consistent training as physical
The battle
fitness
starts in
or
5,
musical skill.
4,
But here's what makes it all
2,
worthwhile.
1.
Once these neural changes
stop
become
them from
established,
securing the mission
they
area.
tend to be permanent. Unlike temporary behavior modifications that require constant effort to maintain, neuroplastic changes create new baseline patterns that become your brain's default mode of operation. The person who struggles to control their emotions becomes the person who naturally responds with wisdom and composure. The neuroscience of emotional transformation proves that you are not stuck with the emotional patterns you developed in childhood or the reactive tendencies that have characterized your adult life. Your brain is plastic, adaptable, and constantly changing based on how you use it. Every moment of emotional control practice is an investment in the literal rewiring of your neural circuitry for greater peace, effectiveness, and life satisfaction. Chapter 8. Mastering emotional control in high-pressure situations. Everything you've learned so far gets tested when the stakes are high and the pressure is intense. It's one thing to practice emotional control during your morning meditation or when you're having a minor disagreement with a coworker. It's entirely different when you're facing a crisis that could destroy your career, end your relationship, or threaten everything you've worked to build.
Final score.
High-pressure
1, 2,
situations
2.
reveal who you really are beneath the surface, politeness and social conditioning. They strip away pretense and expose your true level of emotional mastery. Most people perform worse under pressure because they let the intensity of the situation overwhelm their rational thinking. But elite performers actually get better under pressure because they've trained specifically for these moments. The difference between people who crack under pressure and people who thrive under pressure is not talent, intelligence, or luck. It's preparation. Specifically, it's emotional preparation. When you've trained your nervous system to remain calm and your mind to think clearly during intense situations, pressure becomes an advantage rather than a liability. The first key to pressure performance is understanding that pressure is not external. It's internal. The situation itself is neutral. It only becomes pressurized when your mind interprets it as threatening or overwhelming. Two people can face identical circumstances and have completely different stress responses based on how they frame the situation in their minds. This means that controlling pressure starts with controlling your narrative about the situation. Instead of telling yourself, "This is terrible, everything is falling apart, I can't handle this," you need to reframe the situation in terms that support peak performance. This is challenging, but I have the skills to handle it. This is an opportunity to prove what I'm capable of. This is exactly the kind of situation I've been training for. Elite athletes, emergency responders, and special forces operators all use this kind of reframing to maintain peak performance under extreme pressure. They don't pretend that dangerous or difficult situations aren't actually dangerous or difficult. They acknowledge the reality of the situation while choosing interpretations that enhance rather than diminish their performance. The second key to pressure performance is physiological preparation. Your body's stress response system needs to be trained to handle intense activation without becoming overwhelmed. This is where the concept of stress inoculation becomes crucial. Just like vaccines expose your immune system to small amounts of a pathogen to build resistance, stress inoculation exposes your nervous system to controlled amounts of stress to build resilience. Cold exposure is one of the most effective forms of stress inoculation. When you deliberately expose yourself to cold water or cold air, you activate the same stress response systems that are triggered during high-pressure situations. But because you're choosing the exposure voluntarily, you can practice maintaining calm and clear thinking while your body is in a state of physiological stress. The key is not just to endure the cold, but to practice specific emotional control techniques while exposed to it. Breathe slowly and deeply. Relax your muscles. Maintain positive self-talk. Keep your mind focused on the present moment, rather than anticipating how much longer the exposure will last. These are exactly the same skills you need during high-pressure situations. High-intensity exercise serves a similar function. When you push yourself to your physical limits during workouts, you're training your ability to maintain mental discipline while your body is under extreme stress. The discomfort you feel during intense exercise is similar to the discomfort you feel during high-pressure situations. Learning to stay mentally tough during physical challenges translates directly to staying mentally tough during emotional challenges. The third key to pressure performance is attention management. Under pressure, your mind tends to scatter in multiple directions simultaneously. You start thinking about all the things that could go wrong, all the people who are watching, all the consequences of failure. This divided attention makes it impossible to perform at your best, because peak performance requires complete focus on the task at hand. The solution is to develop what I call laser focus. This is the ability to concentrate all of your mental energy on the specific actions you need to take right now, in this moment, to handle the situation effectively. Everything else becomes irrelevant background noise that you acknowledge but don't engage with. Developing laser focus requires practice during low-pressure situations. Set a timer for 10 minutes and choose a single task to focus on completely. Every time your mind wanders to something else, gently bring your attention back to the task. Start with simple tasks like reading a book or doing basic math problems. Then gradually increase the complexity and add distractions. During high-pressure situations, use the same technique. Identify the most important action you need to take right now and focus completely on that action. Don't think about the next 10 steps. Just focus on the immediate next step. Don't think about all the people who are depending on you. Just focus on the specific task in front of you. The fourth key to pressure performance is emotional granularity. Most people experience pressure as a generic feeling of stress or anxiety. But stress and anxiety are umbrella terms that cover many different specific emotions. The more precisely you can identify what you're actually feeling, the more effectively you can address it. Are you feeling anxious about the outcome? Or are you feeling excited about the challenge? Are you feeling overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation? Or are you feeling focused by the clarity of what needs to be done? Are you feeling afraid of failure? Or are you feeling motivated to succeed? The physiological sensations might be similar, but the meanings and the appropriate responses are very different. Practice in motion.
I will send you to Jesus.
This skill during intense periods. Keep an emotion journal where you identify specific emotions you experience throughout the day. Learn the difference between frustration and disappointment, between anxiety and excitement, between anger and hurt. The more nuanced your emotional vocabulary becomes, the more precisely you can regulate your emotional state. The fifth key to pressure performance is process focus versus outcome focus. Under pressure, most people become obsessed with results. They think constantly about whether they're going to succeed or fail, what other people will think, what the consequences will be. This outcome focus focus creates additional pressure and divides attention away from the actions that actually determine the outcome. Elite performers focus on process rather than outcomes. They concentrate on executing the specific skills and strategies they've trained, trusting that good processes will lead to good outcomes. A surgeon focuses on making precise incisions, not on whether the patient will survive. A pilot focuses on following proper procedures, not on whether the plane will crash. A negotiator focuses on asking good questions and listening carefully, not on whether they'll get the deal. This process focus is liberating because it puts you in control of what you can actually control. You can't directly control outcomes, which always depend partly on factors outside your influence. But you can control your effort, your attention, your technique, and your attitude. When you focus on these controllable factors, pressure decreases and everything goes wrong. This mental rehearsal builds confidence and reduces the cognitive load during actual high-pressure situations. But contingency planning has to be balanced with present moment focus. You want to have plans ready for different scenarios. But once you're in the situation, you need to focus on executing your current plan rather than constantly second-guessing and revising. The time for planning is before the pressure situation, not during it. The final key to pressure performance is recovery. High-pressure situations take a significant toll on your mental and emotional resources, even when you handle them well. If you don't deliberately recover and process the experience, you'll gradually become more vulnerable to pressure rather than more resilient. After any high-pressure situation, take time to deliberately decompress. Use breathing exercises, physical movement, or relaxation techniques to help your nervous system return to baseline. Avoid making major decisions or engaging in additional stressful activities until you have time to recover. Then, once you've recovered, reflect on the experience with curiosity rather than judgment. What worked well? What could you improve? What did you learn about yourself and your capabilities? How can you apply these lessons to future high-pressure situations? This reflection process helps consolidate the learning and builds confidence for handling similar situations in the future. Remember, pressure is a privilege. It means you're in situations that matter, facing challenges that are worthy of your best effort. Most people spend their lives avoiding pressure and therefore never discover what they're truly capable of. When you learn to thrive under pressure, you gain access to opportunities and achievements that are impossible for people who crumble when the stakes are high. Chapter 9: Transforming Negative Emotions into Fuel for Success. Most people treat negative emotions like toxic waste that needs to be disposed of as quickly as possible. They try to suppress anger, avoid sadness, eliminate fear, and escape frustration. This approach is not only ineffective, it's counterproductive. Negative emotions contain enormous amounts of energy and information that, when properly harnessed, can become rocket fuel for achieving your most ambitious goals. The problem is not that you experience negative emotions. The problem is that you don't know how to transform them into something useful. You let them drain your energy instead of directing that energy toward productive action. You let them cloud your judgment instead of using them to clarify your priorities. You let them paralyze you instead of using them to motivate breakthrough performance. Every negative emotion you experience is your psyche's way of communicating important information about your situation, your values, and your goals. Anger tells you that something important to you is being threatened or violated. Fear tells you that you're facing uncertainty or potential loss. Sadness tells you that you've lost something valuable or meaningful. Frustration tells tells you that you're being blocked from something you want. Instead of trying to make these emotions go away, you need to learn how to decode their messages and channel their energy in productive directions. This is the difference between emotional suppression, which weakens you, and emotional alchemy, which strengthens you. Let's start with anger, which is perhaps the most misunderstood and mismanaged emotion. Most people either explode with anger, destroying relationships and creating regret, or they suppress anger, letting it build up until it explodes anyway, or turns into resentment and bitterness. Both approaches waste the enormous energy that anger contains. Anger is your psyche's emergency response to perceived injustice or threat. It floods your system with energy and focus to help you fight back against whatever is attacking you or what you value. This energy can be destructive when directed at other people through blame, criticism, or aggression. But it can be incredibly productive when directed towards solving problems, overcoming obstacles, and creating positive change. The key to transforming anger is to separate the energy from the target. Instead of directing your anger at the person or situation that triggered it, redirect that energy toward constructive action. Use the focus and determination that anger provides to work harder on your goals, to solve problems more aggressively, to push through obstacles that would normally stop you. Some of the greatest achievements in human history have been fueled by transformed anger. Entrepreneurs who built billion-dollar companies because they were angry about problems that weren't being solved. Athletes who dominated their sports because they were angry about being underestimated. Activists who changed the world because they were angry about injustice. The emotion that destroys most people became the driving force for extraordinary success. Fear is another emotion that most people handle completely wrong. They try to eliminate fear, or they let fear paralyze them into inaction. But fear contains crucial information about what matters most to you. You only feel afraid about losing things that are valuable to you, or failing at things that are important to you. Fear is your internal guidance system pointing you toward what you need to protect or pursue. The goal is not to eliminate fear, but to dance with it. Acknowledge the fear. Extract the information it's providing. Then take action despite the fear. This is what courage actually is. Not the absence of fear, but intelligent action in the presence of fear. Every time you act courageously, you build confidence and reduce the grip that fear has on your life. Fear also serves as an excellent filtering mechanism for opportunities and goals. If something doesn't scare you at least a little bit, it's probably not challenging enough to be worth pursuing. The goals that frighten you are usually the ones with the highest potential for growth and achievement. Instead of avoiding these goals, let your fear guide you toward them. Sadness and disappointment are emotions that most people try to avoid at all costs, but they contain some of the most valuable information your psyche can provide. Sadness tells you what you truly value by showing you what hurts to lose. Disappointment tells you what you genuinely want by showing you what hurts not to achieve. Most people experience sadness and disappointment as pure loss, but they're actually clarifying experiences. They help you distinguish between what you think you want and what you actually want, between what others expect you to value and what you authentically value. This clarity is invaluable for making better decisions about how to invest your time, energy, and resources. Sadness also creates empathy and connection with others who have experienced similar losses. Many of the most meaningful relationships and the most impactful contributions are born from shared experiences of sadness and recovery. Instead of viewing sadness as weakness, recognize it as a sign of your capacity to love deeply. Frustration arises when there's a gap between where you are and where you want to be, between what's happening and what you want to happen. Most people let frustration drain their energy through complaining, blaming, or giving up. But frustration is actually a signal that you care deeply about improvement and progress. The energy of frustration can be transformed into determination and persistence. Instead of being frustrated by obstacles, become fascinated by them. Instead of being frustrated by setbacks, become more committed to finding solutions. Instead of being frustrated by other people's limitations, become more focused on developing your own capabilities. Frustration is also an excellent diagnostic tool for identifying areas where you need to develop new skills or strategies. If you keep getting frustrated by the same types of situations, it's usually because you're trying to solve new problems with old approaches. The frustration is telling you that it's time to upgrade your capabilities. Anxiety and worry are forward-looking emotions that most people experience as pure torture. But anxiety contains important planning information about potential challenges you need to prepare for. Instead of trying to eliminate anxiety, use it as a strategic planning tool. What specifically are you worried about? What would you need to do to address those concerns? How can you prepare for the challenges you're anticipating? The key is to transform vague anxiety into specific action plans. Most anxiety is caused by unclear threats and uncertain timelines. When you force yourself to get specific about what you're worried about and what you can do about it, anxiety often transforms into useful preparation. Worry becomes productive when it leads to preparation and counterproductive when it leads to rumination. The difference is action. Productive worry asks, what can I do to prepare for this potential problem? Counterproductive worry asks, what if this terrible thing happens over and over without generating any useful responses? Guilt and shame are perhaps the most painful emotions to experience, but they also contain some of the most important information about your values and integrity. Guilt tells you when your actions don't align with your values. Shame tells you when your behavior doesn't align with your identity. Both emotions are painful precisely because they indicate misalignment between who you are and who you want to be. Instead of trying to escape guilt and shame, use them as course correction signals. What do these emotions tell you about what you value? What changes do you need to make to better align your actions with your values? How can you use this information to become more consistent with your highest self? The key to transforming any negative emotion is to approach it with curiosity rather than resistance. Instead of asking, how can I make this feeling go away? Ask, what is this feeling trying to tell me? How can I use this energy productively? What action can I take that honors the message while moving me toward my goals? This transformation requires practice and patience. Your habitual response to negative emotions has been reinforced over many years, and it won't change overnight. But every time you choose to transform, rather than suppress or indulge a negative emotion, you build the neural pathways that make this process more automatic. The goal is not to become someone who never experiences negative emotions. The goal is to become someone who can quickly and effectively transform those emotions into fuel for positive action. When you master this skill, you'll discover that setbacks become setups, obstacles become opportunities, and the very experiences that break most people become the experiences that make you stronger. Chapter 10. Building unshakable confidence through emotional mastery. Confidence is not what most people think it is. It's not the absence of doubt or fear It's not the belief that you'll never fail or face challenges. It's not the feeling that you're better than other people or that success is guaranteed. Real confidence is something much deeper and more powerful than any of these surface-level definitions. True confidence is the unshakable knowledge that you can handle whatever life throws at you. It's the quiet certainty that you have the emotional tools, mental frameworks, and inner resources to navigate any challenge, setback, or uncertainty that comes your way. It's not about never falling down. It's about knowing you can always get back up. This kind of conscious thinking keeps them trapped in cycles of self-doubt and limitation, because they're waiting for a feeling that can only come from doing the very thing they're afraid to do. The confidence-building process works in reverse. You take action despite feeling uncertain or afraid. You handle the situation better than you expected. You extract the lessons and grow stronger. Your brain updates its assessment of your capabilities. Your confidence increases. Then you're ready to take on slightly bigger challenges, and the cycle continues. This is why emotional mastery is the foundation of unshakable confidence. When you know you can control your reactions regardless of what happens. When you know you can stay calm under pressure. When you know you can think clearly, even when emotions are running high. You develop an inner certainty that makes you nearly impossible to shake. Most people's confidence is built on external factors that they can't control. They feel confident when things are going well, when other people approve of them, when they're successful by conventional standards. But this kind of confidence is fragile because it depends on circumstances that can change at any moment. Real confidence is built on internal factors that you can control. The first pillar of unshakable confidence is emotional self-reliance. This is the knowledge that your emotional state is not dependent on other people's behavior, external circumstances, or unpredictable events. You know that you can generate the emotional states you need through your own thoughts, actions. You don't need other people to make you feel good about yourself. And you don't let other people's negativity drag you down. Emotional self-reliance is built through consistent practice of the emotional regulation techniques you've learned. Every time you successfully manage your emotional state during a challenging situation, you prove to yourself that you have this capability. Every time you choose your response rather than reacting automatically, you build evidence that you're in control of your inner experience. This doesn't mean you become emotionally disconnected from others or that you don't care about relationships. It means you engage with others from a position of strength rather than weakness. You contribute to relationships rather than draining them. You're able to be genuinely supportive of others because you're not constantly seeking support from yourself. The second pillar of unshakable confidence is competence building. Confidence without confidence is just delusion. You need to actually be good at things that matter. You need to develop real skills, real knowledge, and real abilities that create genuine value in the world. But competence building is not just about technical skills. It's about developing the meta skills that make you effective in any domain. Problem solving is perhaps the most important meta skill for building confidence.
Judge, jury,
when you know you can
executioner!
When you have a systematic approach to breaking down complex challenges and finding solutions, you become much more willing to take on difficult situations. You're not intimidated by unfamiliar problems because you trust your ability to learn and adapt. Communication is another crucial meta skill. When you can express your ideas clearly, listen effectively, and navigate difficult conversations with skill, you become much more confident in social and professional situations. You're not afraid of conflict because you know how to handle it constructively. You're not intimidated by authority figures because you know how to communicate with respect while maintaining your own dignity. Learning agility is the meta skill that makes all other skills This is your ability to quickly acquire new knowledge and capabilities as situations require. When you know you can learn anything you need to learn, you're not limited by your current knowledge base. You become confident about taking on challenges that require skills you don't yet have because you trust your ability to develop those skills. The third pillar of unshakable confidence is integrity alignment. This is the consistency between your values, your words, and your actions. When these three elements are aligned, you develop an inner strength that makes you nearly impossible to shake because you know you're living authentically. When they're misaligned, you feel weak and uncertain because you're not sure who you really are or what you really stand for. Most people compromise their integrity gradually through small decisions that seem insignificant at the time. They tell little lies to avoid discomfort. They make commitments they don't intend to keep. They act in ways that contradict their stated values. Each compromise weakens their inner foundation and erodes their confidence. Building integrity alignment requires ruthless honesty about what you actually value versus what you think you should value. It requires making your word mean something by only making commitments you intend to keep. It requires having the courage to act in accordance with your values, even when it's difficult or costly. When your integrity is intact, you develop what I call unshakable presence. People can sense that you're authentic, that you're not trying to be someone you're not, that you're comfortable with who you are. This presence is magnetic and creates opportunities that are not available to people who are constantly trying to impress others or fit in. The fourth pillar of unshakable confidence is resilience building. This is your track record of recovering from setbacks, learning from failures, and coming back stronger from difficult experiences. Every time you face adversity and emerge better than before, you build evidence that challenges don't break you, they make you stronger. Most people try to avoid adversity, but this actually weakens their confidence because they never prove to themselves that they can handle difficult situations. They remain fragile and fearful because they have no evidence of their own resilience. Building unshakable confidence requires deliberately seeking challenges that test your limits and force you to grow. This doesn't mean being reckless or seeking unnecessary suffering. It means choosing growth over comfort, challenge over security, and expansion over safety. It means taking on projects that scare you, having conversations you're avoiding, and pursuing goals that require you to become more than you currently are. The key is to approach these challenges with the right mindset. You're not trying to prove that you're already perfect. You're trying to prove that you can learn and grow. You're not trying to never fail. You're trying to prove that you can recover from failure. You're not trying to avoid all mistakes. You're trying to prove that you can learn from mistakes and use them to become better. The fifth pillar of unshakable confidence is future orientation. This is your ability to make decisions based on who you're becoming rather than who you are right now. It's the understanding that your current limitations are temporary and that your potential for growth is virtually unlimited. When you operate from this perspective, present challenges become stepping stones rather than roadblocks. Most people are trapped by their past experiences and current limitations. They think, I'm not good at public speaking, or I'm not a leader, or I'm not confident enough for that opportunity. This fixed mindset keeps them stuck because they base their decisions on current capabilities rather than future potential. Building future orientation requires regularly visualizing the person you're becoming and making decisions from that future identity. Ask yourself, what would the confident version of me do in this situation? Then do that thing. Even if you don't feel ready, already the person you want to become. And eventually, you will become that person. The sixth pillar of unshakable confidence is contribution focus. This is the shift from asking, what can I get, to asking, what can I give? When you focus on how you can add value, solve problems, and help others succeed, you become less self-conscious and more naturally confident. You're not worried about being judged because you're focused on being useful. Most confidence issues stem from excessive self-focus. When you're constantly worried about how you look, what other people think, whether you're measuring up, you create anxiety and self-doubt. But when you shift your focus to how you can contribute, serve, and add value, these self-focused concerns naturally fade into the background. This doesn't mean neglecting your own needs or becoming a doormat. It means approaching situations with a service mindset rather than a self-protection mindset. Instead of thinking, I hope I don't embarrass myself, think, how can I help this meeting be productive? Instead of thinking, I hope they will, think, how can I be genuinely useful to this person? The final element of building unshakable confidence through emotional mastery is developing what I call evidence awareness. This is the practice of consciously recognizing and remembering your successes, growth, and progress, rather than focusing only on your failures and limitations. Most people have a negativity bias that causes them to remember failures more vividly than successes, and to discount their achievements while magnifying their mistakes. This mental pattern systematically undermines confidence by creating a distorted view of yourself. Combat this bias by keeping a success journal where you record daily wins, no matter how small. Document challenges you've overcome, skills you've developed, and positive feedback you've received. Review this evidence regularly to maintain an accurate picture of your capabilities and progress. Building unshakable confidence is not about becoming arrogant or believing you're better than others. It's about developing an accurate assessment of your capabilities and a realistic optimism about your potential for continued growth. It's about knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way, not because nothing bad will ever happen, but because you have the tools to deal with whatever does happen. When you combine emotional mastery with competence building, integrity alignment, resilience development, future orientation, contribution focus, and evidence awareness, you create a foundation of confidence that cannot be shaken by external circumstances. You become the kind of person who stays calm in chaos, who sees opportunity in adversity, and who inspires others through your unshakable presence and authentic strength. Chapter 11. The Art of Strategic Non-Reaction in Relationships. Relationships are where emotional control matters most, and where most people fail most spectacularly. You can master your emotions in every other area of your life, but if you lose control with the people closest to you, you'll sabotage the very relationships that matter most. The people who love you see you at your worst, when you're tired, stressed, and emotionally depleted. This is when your true level of emotional mastery is revealed. Most relationship conflicts are not about the surface issue being discussed. They're about underlying emotional patterns, unmet needs, and unconscious triggers that both people are reacting to without awareness. When you learn to not react emotionally during relationship conflicts, you can address the real issues instead of getting caught in endless cycles of blame, defensiveness, and escalation. The first principle of relationship emotional mastery is understanding that every interaction is a choice between connection and control. When you're emotionally reactive, you're choosing control. You're trying to make the other person wrong, to prove your point, to defend your position. But when you choose non-reaction, you're choosing connection. You're prioritizing the relationship over being right. This doesn't mean becoming a doormat or accepting unacceptable behavior. It means responding to problematic situations in ways that preserve dignity and create possibilities for resolution, rather than just venting your emotional reactions. It means being strong enough to stay calm when the other person is losing control. The second principle is taking responsibility for your 50% of every interaction. You cannot control the other person's words, actions, or emotional state. But you have complete control over your response to their words, actions, and emotional state. When you focus on controlling your 50%, instead of trying to control their 50%, you become incredibly powerful in relationships. Most people spend their relationship energy trying to change, fix, or control their partner, children, or friends. This is exhausting and ineffective because you're trying to control things that are outside your control. When you redirect that energy toward managing your own responses, you become a calming, stabilizing force that actually influences others to be their best self. The third principle is learning to de-escalate rather than escalate conflicts. When someone is emotionally activated, your natural tendency might be to match their energy. They raise their voice, so you raise yours. They become critical, so you become defensive. They withdraw, so you pursue. This unconscious mirroring amplifies the conflict instead of resolving it. Strategic non-reaction means consciously choosing to lower the emotional temperature of interactions. Speak more quietly when they speak loudly. Become more curious when they become critical. Give space when they're overwhelmed. This counterintuitive approach often breaks the negative pattern and creates space for actual communication. The fourth principle is separating the person from their behavior. When someone you care about does something hurtful or frustrating, your emotional reaction tends to globalize the behavior. Instead of thinking, they did something inconsiderate, you think, they are an inconsiderate person. This generalization makes it much harder to maintain emotional equilibrium and find constructive solutions. Practice seeing difficult behavior as information about the other person's current state rather than evidence of their permanent character. Maybe they're stressed, tired, overwhelmed, or dealing with something you don't know about. This doesn't excuse poor behavior, but it helps you respond with wisdom rather than reactive emotion. The fifth principle is mastering the pause. In heated moments, there's enormous pressure to respond immediately. Silence feels uncomfortable, and you feel compelled to defend, explain, or counterattack right away. But the pause is where your power lies. It's where you can choose your response instead of being controlled by your impulses. Practice saying, I need a moment to think about that.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Let me consider what you're saying. Or simply taking 3 deep breaths before responding. These small pauses can completely change the trajectory of a conversation and often prevent conflicts that would have taken days or weeks to repair. The most advanced relationship skill is emotional Aikido. This is the ability to redirect someone else's emotional energy rather than absorbing it or fighting against it. When someone is angry at you, instead of getting defensive or angry back, you acknowledge their feelings and redirect the conversation toward solutions. When someone is criticizing you, Instead of justifying your actions, you thank them for their perspective and ask for their suggestions. This approach requires tremendous emotional strength because it goes against every instinct to defend yourself when you feel attacked. But it's incredibly effective because it de-energizes conflict and redirects the interaction toward cooperation instead of competition. Remember, you cannot control whether other people choose to be emotionally reactive, but you can control whether you join them in that reactivity. When you consistently choose non-reaction in relationships, you become a source of stability and peace that others gravitate
You'll need a
toward.
top-notch team.
You become the person others turn to during difficult times because they know you won't add to the chaos. Chapter 12. Emotional leadership and influence. Leadership is fundamentally about emotional influence. Your ability to inspire, motivate, and guide others depends far more on your emotional mastery than on your technical skills or positional authority. People follow leaders who make them feel confident, capable, and valued. They resist leaders who create anxiety, frustration, or self-doubt, regardless of how smart or experienced those leaders might be. The most powerful form of leadership is emotional modeling. People learn more from what you do than from what you say, especially when it comes to emotional responses. When you remain calm under pressure, others feel permission to be calm. When you respond to setbacks with resilience and problem solving, others learn to do the same. When you treat difficulties as challenges rather than catastrophes, you teach others to adopt that perspective. This means that every emotional choice you make as a leader is not just about you. It's about the emotional culture you're creating for everyone around you. Your team, your family, your organization will tend to mirror your emotional patterns. If you're reactive, they'll become reactive. If you're anxious, they'll become anxious. If you're calm and solution-focused, they'll adopt those qualities. The first skill of emotional leadership is creating psychological safety. This is the feeling that people can express ideas, ask questions, admit mistakes, and show vulnerability without fear of judgment, punishment, or rejection. Psychological safety is created through your emotional responses to other people's imperfections and uncertainties. When someone makes a mistake, your first response sets the tone. If you react with anger, blame, or criticism, you teach everyone to hide their mistakes and avoid taking risks. If you respond with curiosity about what can be learned and focus on preventing similar mistakes in the future, you create an environment where people feel safe to be honest and innovative. The second skill is emotional contagion management. Emotions are literally contagious through mirror neuron activity and social conditioning. When you walk into a room, your emotional state influences everyone else's emotional state, often unconsciously. This gives you enormous power to influence the energy and productivity of any group. Before entering important interactions, consciously choose the emotional state you want to transmit. If you want the meeting to be productive and collaborative, embody those qualities yourself. If you want your team to feel confident about a challenging project, make sure you genuinely feel and express confidence. If you want your family to feel peaceful and connected, bring that energy to your interactions. The third skill is strategic emotional authenticity. This doesn't mean expressing every emotion you feel without filter. It means being genuine about your emotional state while choosing expressions that serve the situation and the people involved. You can be authentically concerned about a problem while expressing that concern in ways that motivate rather than discourage. Sometimes authenticity means sharing your vulnerabilities and uncertainties to create connection and trust. Other times it means projecting strength and confidence to help others feel secure. The key is matching your emotional expression to what the situation requires while remaining true to your core values. ways that strengthen rather than damage relationships. This requires seeing conflict as information about differing perspectives and unmet needs, rather than as personal attacks or character defects. When conflict arises, your emotional response determines whether it becomes destructive or constructive. If you remain calm, curious, and focused on understanding different viewpoints, you can often transform conflicts into breakthrough conversations that lead to better solutions and stronger relationships. The fifth skill is empathetic leadership without emotional absorption. You need to be able to understand and relate to other people's emotional experiences without taking on their emotional states as your own. This means you can be compassionate towards someone who's anxious without becoming anxious yourself. You can be supportive of someone who's going through difficulties without being dragged down by their problems. This balance requires strong emotional boundaries and a clear sense of your own emotional identity. You care about others deeply, but you don't lose yourself in their emotional experiences. You provide stability and support precisely because you maintain your own emotional self. The ultimate goal of emotional leadership is creating what I call an upward emotional spiral. This is when your emotional mastery inspires others to develop their own emotional mastery, which creates a positive feedback loop that elevates everyone's performance and well-being. Instead of managing other people's emotions, you're developing their capacity to manage their own emotions. This happens when you consistently model emotional intelligence, provide tools and frameworks for emotional development, celebrate emotional growth in others, and create environments where emotional mastery is valued and rewarded. Over time, you build teams, families, and organizations that are emotionally resilient, highly productive, and deeply fulfilling to be part of. Chapter 13. Creating your personal emotional operating system. Everything you've learned means nothing unless you create a systematic approach to implementing it in your daily life. Most people consume information about emotional control but never develop the consistent practices that turn knowledge into automatic behavior. They understand the concepts intellectually, but continue operating from old emotional patterns because they haven't created new systems to replace the old ones. Your emotional operating system is the set of daily practices, environmental designs, and response protocols that make emotional mastery your default mode, rather than something you have to consciously remember to do. Just like a computer operating system runs in the background and manages all the basic functions automatically, your emotional operating system should manage your emotional responses automatically. The first component is your daily emotional fitness routine. Just like physical fitness requires regular exercise, emotional fitness requires regular practice. This doesn't need to be complicated or time-consuming, but it does need to be consistent. 5 to 10 minutes of focused emotional training every day will create more transformation than hours of sporadic effort. Your routine should include some form of mindfulness or meditation practice to strengthen your awareness of emotional states as they arise. It should include breathing exercises to train your nervous system to respond to stress with calm rather than reactivity. It should include some form of cognitive work, like journaling or reflection, to identify patterns and plan improvements. The second component is environmental design for emotional success. Your physical and social environment has an enormous impact on your emotional state, often without your conscious awareness. If you're constantly exposed to negative news, chaotic spaces, or emotionally reactive people, you'll find it much harder to maintain emotional equilibrium regardless of your skills and intentions. Audit your environment ruthlessly. What inputs are you consuming through media, social media, books and conversations? What does your physical space communicate about The third component is trigger identification and response planning. You need to become intimately familiar with your personal emotional triggers and have specific strategies ready for each one. This is not about avoiding triggers, which is impossible and counterproductive, but about having planned responses that align with your values and goals. Keep a trigger journal for 2 weeks. Every time you have an emotional reaction, write down what triggered it, what you felt, how you responded, and what you wish you had done differently. Look for patterns in the types of situations, people, and circumstances that tend to activate you. Then develop specific response strategies for each category of trigger. The fourth component is recovery protocols. You need systematic ways to restore your emotional equilibrium after challenging situations or periods of high stress. Without effective recovery protocols, emotional challenges accumulate and eventually overwhelm your capacity to maintain control. Your recovery toolkit should include immediate techniques you can use in the moment, short-term practices you can implement within hours of a stressful event, and longer-term restoration practices for recovering from extended periods of high stress or emotional challenge. Have these ready before you need them, not after. The fifth component is accountability and measurement systems. You need ways to track your progress, identify areas for improvement, and maintain motivation during difficult periods. This could be as simple as a daily rating of your emotional control on a scale of 1 to 10, or as sophisticated as keeping detailed logs of specific situations and responses. The key is having objective measures of progress rather than relying on feelings, which can be unreliable indicators of actual improvement. You might feel like you're not making progress even when you're actually improving significantly, or you might feel like you're doing well when you're actually sliding backwards. The sixth component is continuous learning and adaptation. Your emotional operating system should evolve as you grow and as your life circumstances change. What works in your 20s might not work in your 40s. What works when you're single might not work when you're married with children. What works during stable periods might not work during major life transitions. Schedule regular reviews of your emotional operating system. What's working well? What needs adjustment? What new challenges are you facing that require new strategies? What feedback are you getting from others about your emotional patterns? Use this information to continuously refine and improve your approach. The final component is integration with your larger life systems. Your emotional operating system cannot be separate from your other life management systems. It needs to be integrated with your goal-setting process, your time management approach, your relationship strategies, and your career development plans. This means making emotional considerations part of every major decision you make. Before taking on new responsibilities, consider the emotional demands they'll create. Before entering new relationships, consider how they'll impact your emotional well-being. Before pursuing new goals, consider what emotional skills you'll need to develop to achieve them successfully. Remember, the goal is not to create a perfect system that never needs adjustment. The goal is to create a robust system that makes emotional mastery easier and more automatic while remaining flexible to adapt to changing circumstances. Your emotional operating system should serve you, not constrain you. Chapter 14. Advanced applications in high-stakes environments. The ultimate test of your emotional mastery comes in high-stakes environments where the consequences of losing control are severe and immediate. These are situations where careers can be destroyed with a single emotional outburst, where relationships relationships can be permanently damaged by one reactive moment, where opportunities worth millions of dollars can be lost because someone couldn't manage their anxiety or anger. High-stakes environments reveal the difference between intellectual understanding of emotional control and true embodied mastery. When everything is on the line, when you're being tested beyond your comfort zone, when the pressure is intense and the stakes are real, your true level of emotional development becomes clear. The first category of high-stakes environments is crisis management. When something goes seriously wrong, when there's immediate danger or significant loss, when people are looking to you for leadership and stability, your emotional response sets the tone for everyone else's response. Panic is contagious, but so is calm competence. In crisis situations, the ability to think clearly while others are losing their minds becomes a superpower. While everyone else is being hijacked by their amygdala, you remain connected to your prefrontal cortex. While others are reacting to the emotional intensity of the situation, you're focusing on the practical steps needed to address the actual problems. This requires advanced preparation. You cannot develop crisis emotional management skills during the crisis. You develop them during calm periods through visualization, stress inoculation training, and practice with smaller challenges. By the time the real crisis hits, your emotional control responses need to be automatic. The second category is high-pressure negotiations and confrontations. Whether you're negotiating a business deal, handling a workplace conflict, or dealing with aggressive behavior from others, your ability to remain emotionally centered gives you enormous strategic advantage. People reveal their true intentions and limitations when they're emotionally activated, but they can only take advantage of your emotional reactions if you have them. The key to negotiation emotional mastery is separating your ego from the outcome. When you're emotionally invested in being right, in getting your way, or improving your point, you become predictable and manipulable. When you can remain detached from any specific outcome while staying committed to your core interests, you become incredibly difficult to manipulate or intimidate. This doesn't mean not caring about the outcome. It means caring more about the process than the result. More about maintaining your integrity and winning the negotiation. More about finding solutions that work for everyone and getting everything you want. The third category is performance under scrutiny. When you're presenting to important audiences, being evaluated for promotions, competing at high levels, or otherwise performing while being watched and judged, emotional control becomes crucial for accessing your full capabilities. Performance anxiety, imposter syndrome, and fear of judgment can completely undermine your actual skills and preparation. The solution is shifting focus from how you're being perceived to how you're serving others. Instead of thinking about whether you look confident, think about how you can provide value to your audience. Instead of worrying about making mistakes, focus on executing the process you've prepared. Instead of trying to impress others, concentrate on being genuinely helpful. The fourth category is dealing with extremely difficult people. Every field has people who are manipulative, aggressive, unreasonable, or emotionally volatile. Your ability to maintain your center while interacting with these individuals determines whether they drain your energy and compromise your effectiveness, or whether you can work with them productively despite their limitations. The key is not taking their behavior personally. Difficult people are usually difficult with everyone, not just you. Their emotional reactions are about their internal state, not about you specifically. When you can see their behavior as information about their stress level, insecurity, or coping skills rather than as personal attacks, you can respond strategically rather Success can trigger arrogance, complacency, or reckless risk-taking. Failure can trigger shame, despair, or the impulse to give up entirely. Emotional mastery means maintaining perspective and emotional equilibrium regardless of external.
Agent of one. My senses are sharp, and my claws are ready.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Matt? Boy, is it good to see a friendly face. Well, friendly-ish. You okay, pal?
It's been a long road from Hell's Kitchen, Peter. But it hasn't been an easy one.
Ancestral power!
Finally is. I truly hope.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
9 tells or 1. My will is what defines me. Target marked. Take them down.
The enemy is here. Let's do this.
Your attention, please.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture. Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging. Meow. Feeling lucky? Not for long. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, Thor, let me see the hammer.
No.
I just want to see if it'll charge up my gun. Come on, I'll give it back.
No.
Come on!
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Gotta make the Thieves Guild proud. And that's no easy trick.
I could use a lookout over here. Well, who do we have here? Better already.
Control C's.
A successful operation.
A nice deep freeze.
All that thunder for nothing?
Yoink! Give me that luck. This health belongs to me.
Control lost.
Good fortune for me.
Behold the god of
Capture
thunder!
progress is past the halfway point.
A nice deep freeze. This health belongs to me. Aha!
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Agent of One. I'm going in. Heroes don't wait for opportunity to strike. We strike first.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's pretty exciting to partner up with one of the real X-Men. A dream come true.
What can I do for you?
Form change active.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here they come.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I suppose that helps.
Team strike. Efficient. Form change active. Damn it. Good timing. Back in the hunt. Attack them. Go. Thanks for the love. Discipline shows, Bucky. I suck. Ancestral power. Target mark. Take them down. They rally on me for healing. Luna, stop the enemy at all costs. Our prey is in the open.
That's what I
Team strike, efficient.
That helps.
Better stop that vehicle.
Target mark. Take them down.
A bit too close for comfort.
Back in the hunt. You crossed my path!
Admit it.
Thank you.
Well, you're good.
It's the grand system power! Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Potential hotspot.
I've tagged them.
There you
Go.
are. Thanks for the love.
A nice deep freeze.
I've tagged them.
You are
target this
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Form change active.
You belong to me.
I was worried. A nice deep freeze.
You need to see this.
Your powers are mine!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Shonua Shigan.
Double KO!
Your life force is target. Come on! Take them down. Good type. Rally on me for healing.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Tag them. Go. The fox awaken.
A nice deep freeze.
I'm hit. Cover me. Come closer. I can heal you.
I was worried.
By the eye of Agamotto!
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Freedom doesn't come without a fight.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
When it starts, follow my lead. Any questions?
Yeah, the part I'm following.
Clint, good to know you're still a rebel deep down. Sorry, soldier.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
From Krakoa for this.
I'm hit. Cover me.
That's the most I need. Glad it wasn't Stop them. Sorry, soldier.
Turn around. Like it.
We're finding our groove. I suck.
Coming through.
Way to go! That vehicle isn't going anywhere.
Be your best self.
I've spotted them.
See them? Right there.
Making the cut. Now, Hulk,
Sorry, soldier.
If you were as smart as me, you'd be arrogant too. Powering up.
What are you aiming at?
That's better.
Better stop that vehicle! They rated halfway! Stop them!
Beholds the god of thunder!
There's still a chance to stop them! I'm help. They hit a checkpoint!
Supernova!
Time to stop them!
Go, my children. Now, Hulkman! Born again! Those beings appear to be hostile. If you wish to survive, you must prepare me. System triggering.
Fear vessel!
Ultron virus reinforcement. You owe me now. Remember that.
Hell unleashed!
Virus reinforcement. What are you aiming at?
That one hurts.
Extermination! Drone stream capture.
They rated halfway! Stop them! Better stop that vehicle!
Go, my children.
I suck!
You would have failed without me. Make yourself useful. You owe me now. Remember that.
I suck! Need some help!
Make yourself useful. You owe me now. Remember that. A shield fit for a beholds the god of thunder! Opposition targeting.
That definitely helped.
Enemy detected. This is my unnatural selection. Make yourself useful.
Supernova!
Enemy detected.
You stopped them in their tracks!
Opposition targeted.
성우의 시간!
Now, Hulkman! What are you aiming at? You must prepare me. This is my unnatural selection.
Do some damage. A nice deep freeze. There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Extermination! I am coming fresh.
We stop them.
Unnatural opposition targeted.
A nice deep freeze.
The virus takes hold. You would have failed without opposition targeted. Monitor this location.
Hell unleashed! A nice deep freeze.
Ultron virus reinforcement.
That one hurts.
Make yourself useful. Opposition targeted.
Behold the god of thunder!
Suffering severe damage. Damage is repairable. Ultron virus reinforcement. What are you aiming at?
It's now or never. Stop them! You belong to me! It's a grand finale! He stopped them in their tracks. Only 60 seconds left.
Supernova!
Look who's here.
A nice deep freeze. Down to 30 seconds.
What are you aiming at?
We are undefeatable! 10 seconds!
Behold the god of thunder!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. I should be singing.
I suppose that helps. Look who's here.
I was worried. Lift you up. Another epic victory! Big win! Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
freedom. If we don't stand up for what's right, who will?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I've got huge gaps in my intel when it comes to Krakoa. Care to fill them in, Miss Frost?
Information is a valuable commodity, Ms. Han.
True. Some knowledge is even more precious than diamond.
Now.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Enemy combatant. My lucky shield.
Trade in the open.
That's the boost I needed.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Hands down.
The mission area is yours. Just like came, we saw, we stole.
Enemy combatant. Let's dance. I'll be ship-shape in no time.
Uninvited guests.
That one hurts.
Enemy combatant.
Cover me!
Sorry, soldier.
They're behind us.
Enemy combatant.
Decisive strike, Captain.
Let's dance.
Good timing. Good.
That's the boost I needed.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Sorry, soldier. Hostile forces incoming.
A nice deep freeze.
Coming through.
The area's almost yours.
Take this.
Call me home. Stay free.
He's coming real handy.
You're aiming.
Control lost.
Sorry, soldier. I'll be ship-shape in no time.
A nice deep freeze. I should be singing lullabies. Control seized.
I've spun it. Never forget who you're fighting for.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's good to see you. You're a long way from Korea, aren't you?
Amy Han. If it's good to see me, why not crack a smile?
I am smiling. And her not.
That's not how smiling works.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Really lucky.
The mission area is yours. Control lost. Back in the hunt. That's a bad luck! Gotcha! Freeze! Corrector's injured! Made it! I was worried. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. I was worried. Here they come now. Corrector's injured. Made it! It's fighting time! Yeah!
I was sorry, but thank you.
It's the grand finale! Yeah! I was worried. Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's good to see another woman building an empire, even if it is a criminal one.
Watch who you're calling a criminal. I prefer high-end The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Yeah! I'm hit! Yeah! Cover me! Yeah! Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The spiders are cute, but deadly.
Mark again.
The mission area is yours. Fox enters, enemy scatter. You belong to me! You are nothing! Extra shield! I was fine. Look out behind you! I won't forget. Control
get a weapon, you get a weapon.
Control seized! I sense them. Claw back in the hunt.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
The area's almost yours!
성우의 시간!
You are nothing! We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Control lost!
Back in the hunt!
I was worried. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. It's the grand finale!
I'm hit!
I take everything!
You get a weapon, you get a weapon, you get a weapon.
They've almost got it! Control seized! You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Another epic victory! Big win!
Time to see if your boy Gambit can steal us a win. A helping hand.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Always glad to help. Always glad to help. Look who we got here.
Got eyes on one of them. Leave them to Khonshu. Huh. Always glad to help.
They've almost got it!
Always glad to help. Got me good. Ooh, wait, that hit the spot.
You crossed my path!
Time to see if make way for the king.
Hey. White fox on the hunt. Try to keep up.
Huh. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You are one to talk, Benny. Somehow you just made me want to say the universe.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Khonshu seems to be enjoying the end of all that is a bit too much. On your toes, here they come.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Take them down.
Let me help and heal.
The mission area is yours.
Success is ours. The fox awakens. Attack them. Go. Fox, go through. Wounds healing. Back to the fight.
It's fighter time!
The fox awakens. Feeling stronger. Character's injured. Make it.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Control lost.
Gambit never fall!
Freedom's an idea that will never die.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Not according to the scenarios I've run before.
No surrender. Understood?
Amy Harlan.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields. Alas, we can no longer hide from the dangers that lie beyond our shores.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Another run-in with Felicia Harvey after our Sanctum encounter. Joy, and shouldn't you be trying to stop me like last time? You seem to have become a more domesticated feline.
Domesticated? No one has ever called me that before. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Blocking the whole shield thing.
The claws are about to
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My old touch is sharp. My mind is sharper. Agent F1, I'm going in. My senses are sharp, and my claws are ready. Form change active!
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. You might want to stand back, Spidey. Things are about to get pretty shady. Sounds like you have some pretty amazing plans.
Yeah, I guess I do. But I'm always looking for more. I'm glad to add you to the list.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What timing? Perfect synergy.
You got them all!
The hunt continues. Luna, Toa! Cold and perfect.
I suck. Not the handsome one.
Boom, change active. Let me help and heal. Good timing. Perfect synergy. Target locked. Take them down.
Oh, no skill shot!
I suck.
Ancestral power. Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Some uninvited guests.
Back in the hunt.
I like the cold.
Stop the enemy at all costs.
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
I was on the brink.
Peter! Central power! Team strike! Efficiency!
Stop them!
Attack them! Go!
That one hurt.
Born again!
A nice deep freeze.
Your attention, please! Luna! I won't
Take everything!
My spirit steadies! Fox awakens!
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
That's a bad luck!
Thanks so much.
Our prey is in the open! Your divinity yields!
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Supernova!
Ancestral power! Team strike! Efficient! Change action! 정우의 시간! Good timing! Perfect! Correct his injuries! Smash it! The hunt continues.
Boom! No skill shot!
Rally on me for healing! Less damage for a bit. Nice finish!
Love that healing feeling. Oh, let's play a game!
Attack them! Go!
A nice deep freeze.
Ancestral power!
Hits the ground finale. Now I'm going places. I need some help. I like the cold. Peter!
Run, Fox, run!
Thanks so much.
Born again!
Luna, Toa! Moving perfect. Attack them! Go!
I suck. They've raided half lane! Stop them!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Better stop that vehicle!
Less damage for a bit. Nice finish. Boom, change active. Over here, I can heal you.
I suppose that helped.
You get away with it! You get away with it! You get away with it!
Mayday!
Boom! No skill shots!
My spirit steadies.
You stop them in their tracks!
Away from me!
There's still a chance to stop them!
My spirit steadies. That's a bad luck! 성우의 시간!
I was worried.
Gotcha!
Maximum!
I was fine.
You belong to me!
Rally on me for healing! Correct is injured! Mayday!
Only 60 seconds left!
Boom! No skill shots!
I like it. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
一夫当关，万夫莫开。
Escape pod ready. Opening escape passage.
There were lots of iron fists before me, but I'll be the best.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Does Danny know you borrowed his escape?
Where I'm from, Quinlan needed a new protector, so Sholau blessed me with power.
Yeah, I don't really care who's got the power as long as they put it to good use.
With our fists together, iron and stone, the
The
other
battle
side
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Damage sustained! Need assistance! I feel vulnerable.
Double KO!
Strikes true in the air. Getting hurt too easily.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
fury!
You're halfway there. Keep going.
My favorite time!
Dragon kick!
Our enemies are here.
Almost about out.
Oh my God! Chin up.
Solo fury! Time to heal.
Make it.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Dragon kick!
Help, didn't you?
I'm hulking out! My favorite time!
I found a foe. If you can't have an iron fist, he'll at last. Solo fury!
Woo! I never miss!
Bless me, Solo.
I'm hulking out!
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
The enemy awaits.
Dark soul can be used against him.
气贯长虹！ You're a beautiful soul, Mantis. May you've healed at last. Behold, Dark Child! Solo's fury!
Heavyweight finish, Benjamin. Focus on the battle.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way!
Stone's the next best thing.
Friends, gather around!
If you can't have an iron fist, stone's the next best thing. The enemy awaits.
So close! This is your big chance!
Dragon kick!
My favorite time!
If you can't have an iron fist, stone's the next best thing. Solo fury! Dragon kick!
Chin up.
If you can't have an iron fist, it's dragon kick!
A feast for my crows! Another epic victory! Big win! frontier hero. Or villain, I'm not judging.
Oh, pick me, please. Who are you calling a raccoon, huh? I do the right thing unless the wrong thing is more fun.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You as glad as I am that all that nonsense with Dracula's over?
Yeah. I just wish I'd had the chance to take him out myself.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of other lunatics you can use those swords of yours on.
There better be. Because I'm getting tired of standing around and talking.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, Drax is gonna be so mad he missed this.
This is a nice spot. You're welcome. See, I'm fucking helpful. Hey, Spider-Bot, you pal?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Will's gone. Don't mind me. I'm just dying. You're ready for action.
Spider-Bots.
See?
Hey! Spider-Bots.
You're welcome.
The mission area is yours.
Hey, mind if I join you, pal?
Senseless battle.
Team play. That's me.
Back in the game.
You're ready for action.
I was fine, but thank you.
Down goes their accuracy percentage. I'm fucking helpful. Armor pads here. Be careful here.
Control lost. Control seized.
We are through!
That was tasty. Ping the bad guy. You're ping the bad guy.
I suppose that helps.
Oh, yeah, baby, that's the good stuff.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
That's what you get for reading my mind, Mantis.
Let's light this place up!
Those guys are ping the bad guy. Ping the bad
Control
guy.
lost. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Freedom's an idea that will never die.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Every human is a biological accident. I have suffered severe damage.
Sorry, soldier. Spider-Bot, watch your step. I'll be shit-shape in no time.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Extermination!
Better stop that vehicle. They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Got something that needs to be blasted? You called the right guy.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle. It's spider time! Spider mode. You are nothing.
Oh, that's the stuff.
You got them all. You stopped them in their tracks.
Oh, thought you had me. Shields up. Oh, did you see that?
I'm
There goes one of them.
Double KO.
Oh, thought you had me. Coming right at ya. Spider bots. Oh, that's the stuff. There goes one of them. Oh, thought you had me. There goes one of them. Extermination!
sweet moves, right? No hiding from us now, buddy.
Ultra Brain Supreme.
Eight elements, jerks! Oh, sweet moves, right?
Behind you.
Turbo Shark. That's some vintage spider style.
Oh, thought you had me. Oh, that's the stuff. Eight elements.
You want nothing!
Oh, sweet moves, right?
That's some bad luck! Gotcha!
Oh, did you see that?
Those spiders look way too familiar.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
You stopped them in their tracks.
There goes one of them. Oh, sweet moves, right? You get away, that's the stuff. You get away. No hiding from us now, buddy. Oh, thought you had me. There goes one of them.
Fire mode!
What are you aiming at? Oh, thought you had me. 3, 2, 1, blast off! Hey! Oh, did you see that?
Double KO!
And stay down. 8 elements, jerks!
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, that's the stuff. Oh, sweet moves, right?
I got your counter.
Oh, their little joyride ends here. I might want to watch out over here.
Down to 30 seconds. Set you up ages ago, pool. Pressing it down.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
Final 10
Oh,
seconds.
sweet moves, right?
That's a bad luck.
Ultra Brain Supreme.
I'm no hero. I'm a thief. Born and raised...
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You might want to be careful where you swing that giant sword when I'm around.
Why? Afraid I'll chop off your hair extensions?
No, I just tend to bring bad luck. Wouldn't want to slice anyone in half, would you?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
On days like this, my cruise actually seems like a blessing.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
That definitely helped.
I've heard it's pretty bad over here. Oh, my poor sweet.
There they are. Yoink! Give me that luck.
Down goes their accuracy
You won't be
percentage.
needing that. I'll never say no to a shield. You won't be needing that. So stealthy. Yoink! Give me that luck.
Your sword can rest now, Magic.
So stealthy. You won't be needing that.
My healing factor can't keep up. My
No, not the sweet little shark. You want good fortune for me. This helps. So stealthy. Better already.
You might want to stay there.
Guess who just showed their stuff?
Chaos!
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Agent F1, I'm going in.
Ooh, pick me! Pick me!
Anyway, I've carried this rage since I was born. Century.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
brightest in the sky. I talk a lot, I fly a lot, I win a lot.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your mental manipulation does not work on mechanical forms, mutant.
Maybe not, but my telekinesis can shift matter down to a single molecule.
Upon further calculations, perhaps we should work together.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Our prey is in the open. Even if my powers can't repair the time stream, I can still protect it.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Forest remembers your power.
Better stop that vehicle.
You would have failed without me.
Ooh, that felt nice. Let's cook some more. No applause?
Don't you worry, sugar. I got
He stopped them in their tracks.
Don't step on lava. Like a day at the spa.
If you wish to survive, you must repair me.
Let me help.
I am Phoenix.
Let's cook some more.
Disappear.
Ooh, that felt nice.
Selection.
Forest, take them down.
This fighter choice is somehow beyond my control. Remember that.
Don't step on lava.
If you wish to survive, you must repair me. Ultra Ring Supreme!
He stopped them in their tracks.
Day at the spa.
Born again!
Rally on me for healing.
Taking it all. You are nothing.
Supernova!
Double KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row. You got them all. He stopped them in their tracks. I am Phoenix.
Gambit never falls! We are through!
Let's cook some more.
Only 60 seconds left.
You're on fire, Genie. Well, fancy seeing you here.
Little metal spiders? Ugh, so greasy.
Down to 30 seconds.
Victory is moments away.
Like a day at the spa.
Ultra Ring Supreme!
The final 10 seconds. You got them all. Call me Heist! Another epic victory! Big win! You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Yeah. Feeling lucky? Not for long. Hup. "30 seconds before you attack. Get ready." Oh, look at you! You're so cute! It's nice to finally team up with somebody just like me. Do you have a fully weaponized spider robot as well? Oh no, but I do have an army of squirrels. I suppose we'll find out soon enough. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? This isn't my first trip through the multiverse. They don't look friendly. I found them. Better already.
Real hard.
I've got yours.
Yoink! Give me that luck.
Some assistance, please.
You won't be needing that.
Look what just crawled.
Initiating surveillance mode. Martial law in effect. No unauthorized entry.
Keep your eyes on this location, would you?
Netherworld, you called out those child. They hit real hard. What vile creature's name or has stood against the law? Some assistance, please.
Good fortune for
Help
me.
get that vehicle to its destination.
I'll never say no to a shield.
The cause.
My friend!
stand idly by while our allies are punished for seeking justice.
Scan initiated. Neutralizing activity detected. Initiating surveillance mode. Martial law in effect. No unauthorized action.
This is officially a swift free zone. You're halfway there. Keep going.
Better already.
Magneto showing the kids how it's done.
We lost their shields.
Some assistance, please. Oh, win it! Hey! Back to La Mer with you.
There are things within this vault that humans cannot begin to comprehend.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. I take everything.
That definitely helps. So stealthy.
Your powers are mine!
Rise, my friend!
Initiating surveillance mode. Martial law in effect. No unauthorized action.
Second chance is over.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I spent a long time orchestrating this plan. We better pull it off. So stealthy.
Healing power.
Good fortune for me.
Release the Glotron!
Aha! I found them. Delicious. Mine for the taking.
Maybe cops will say okay.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Scan initiated. Neutralizing activity detected. Initiating surveillance mode. Martial law in effect. No unauthorized action.
I'll never say no to a shield.
We cannot stand idly by while our allies are punished for seeking.
I need healing.
So close. This is your big chance.
So stealthy. Guess you're not as strong as a diamond after all, Emma.
You crossed my path! They got the drop on you.
Good fortune for me.
My friends are here! Sniper.
Good fortune for me.
We cannot stand idly by while our allies
That
are
definitely helps.
I've got yours.
Scan initiated. Neutralizing activity detected. Initiating surveillance mode. Martial law in effect.
Another epic victory! Big win! We'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Anyone stands in my way, they won't be standing much longer. Been doing this a long time. Ain't about to stop now. Let's do this. Well, well. Fancy seeing you here, Jade Jaws.
This isn't time to settle grudges, Logan.
What's wrong? Scared your rage ain't what it used to be?
Scared of what I could do if you make me unleash it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to
Got
stop
eyes,
that
gotta keep
vehicle
an eye
in
on this
tracks.
spot. I came all the way from Krakoa for this.
Those tires look way too familiar.
You're mine. Needed a little boost. Thanks.
I suck.
Let's rage. You're mine.
A nice deep look out behind you.
Gotta keep an eye on this spot.
I see how all these little spiders like dog food.
You're mine. No holding back. Even better than my mutant power. You're mine. Let's
A
rage.
nice deep freeze. Another.
Some extra healing. Let's do this. Endless fury. Now, hope now.
That one hurts. Please, we're hurt.
Fire mode.
Coming at you. The shield. Nice.
Way to go! That vehicle isn't going anywhere.
Ah! Let's do this.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
You're mine. A shield.
Disappear!
Nice.
That's a bad look!
Fantastic!
Coming at you. Endless fury. Still scrapping. Some extra healing never hurt.
Better stop that vehicle!
I'm guessing those are the bad guys.
Some extra coming at you.
They raided halfway! Stop them!
Worth checking this place out. I ain't in control.
There's still a... your hero. Or villain, I'm not judging.
I have mutant powers, and a little demonic magic too. I'm a little cynical. Probably the Russian in me. Go have fun!
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You might want to be careful where you swing that giant sword around. Why? Afraid I'll chop off your hair extensions? No, I just tend to bring bad luck. Wouldn't want to slice anyone in half, would you? Back to films. Is it Deadpool? Because I might.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Test the boundary. Some unwanted guests. Who have we here? Something tells me the Punisher has fun. Survive this.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Charge! Go have fun. Survive this. I've already forgotten.
The mission area is yours.
Good. This works just like in Limbo. Keep an eye on this place. Who have we here? Charge! I was in trouble. Go have fun! They're already here. Let's kick them out.
Control lost.
White Fox on the hunt. Try to keep up. Target locked. Take them down. I'll praise in the open. I suppose that helps.
I unleash the Vishanti's power. My life was in peril. Thank you.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
I am
Something tells me the Punisher has something to Control seized.
Judge, jury, executioner!
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Born again!
Oh, you dirt, just the boost I need.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We find ourselves caught in a battle between two dooms with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
We would be better off making a deal with Mephisto.
I have done that wonder. I can assure you we most certainly would not.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Found me someone to fight. Got me good.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Double KO!
Unleash the Vishanti's power!
Capture the mission area!
Heaven!
That's a bad luck! Gotcha!
That's how we do it, shall we?
I am strength for battle.
Gotcha!
Enemy in front of us.
Control C! Gotcha!
I am Groot!
Just the boost I need.
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
You belong to me!
Born again!
The perfect hex! Yeah! The area's almost yours! You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You picked the right gal for the job, sugar. Watch out, y'all. The gloves are off.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I was going to go with amazing, but sure, that's amazing Japanese, right?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi, neighbor.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Been out of touch for a while, but now I'm back in the game, sugar. Safety first.
My senses are sharp, and my claws are ready.
My step. Pretty bad over here. Hi, neighbor.
Ooh, wait.
Corrector's injured! Mayday!
You royally flushed him, Remy.
Nice finish! My spirit steadies. Form change.
Hi, neighbor.
Down, Governor! Accuracy percentage! That's how it's done, heroes!
The fox awakens!
I'm clocking some bad guys.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Wait, that's nice.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to effortlessly command respect in any room they enter? Why certain individuals can influence others without saying much, while others struggle to get their point across, even when trying? Why some people build incredible relationships and networks that propel them forward, while others remain stuck and overlooked despite having all the technical skills in the world. The answer isn't intelligence, it isn't talent, it isn't even hard work. The answer is emotional intelligence and social skills. And here's the brutal truth that 99% of people refuse to accept.
4,
Your success
3,
in life
2,
will not be
1.
determined by how smart
You
you
have to
are,
stop them from
but
securing the
by
mission
how
area.
well you understand and manage emotions, both your own and others. Most people are walking around completely blind to the emotional undercurrents that control every interaction, every decision, every opportunity. They're reactive instead of strategic. They're awkward instead of magnetic. They're forgettable instead of influential. And they wonder why they keep hitting invisible barriers in their career and relationships. But not you. Today, you're going to learn the exact system that separates the emotionally intelligent from the emotionally clueless. You're going to discover how to read people like an open book. Influence without meanwhile. People with average IQs but high emotional intelligence earn $29,000 more per year than those with high IQs but low emotional intelligence. Think about that. Your inability to read emotions, manage relationships, and influence others is literally costing you tens of thousands of dollars every year. But it goes deeper than that. Every time you misread someone's emotional state, you're missing critical information. When you fail to regulate your own emotions under pressure, you're making decisions from a place of reaction rather than strategy. When you can't build rapport with colleagues, clients, or superiors, you're cutting yourself off from opportunities that others with better social skills. I've seen brilliant engineers passed over for leadership roles because they couldn't connect with their team. I've watched talented salespeople struggle because they couldn't read their prospects' emotional needs. I've seen entrepreneurs with game-changing ideas fail because they couldn't persuade investors or inspire employees. The common thread: they all underestimated the power of emotional intelligence. Now, let's talk about your relationships. Whether it's romantic partnerships, friendships, or family dynamics, emotional intelligence is the foundation of every meaningful connection. People with low emotional intelligence struggle with intimacy because they can't understand or validate their partner's emotions. They have surface-level friendships because they can't create deep emotional bonds. They experience more conflict because they react emotionally instead of responding strategically. Here's what happens when you lack emotional intelligence in relationships. You miss the subtle cues that tell you when someone is upset, frustrated, or withdrawing. You say the wrong thing at the wrong time because you can't read the emotional temperature of the room. You escalate conflicts instead of resolving them because you're driven by your own emotions rather than understanding the other person.
30 seconds before you attack.
You come across as self-centered or insensitive, even when that's not your intention. The cost compounds over time. Broken relationships, missed connections, isolation, a reputation as someone who's difficult to work with or be around. And the worst part, you often don't even realize why these things are happening because you're operating with emotional blind spots. But here's the good news.
All you need to do is capture the
Emotional
mission area.
intelligence
Got
isn't
it?
fixed. It's not something you're born with or without. It's a learnable skill set. Every component of emotional intelligence can be developed through deliberate practice and the right strategies. Self-awareness can be trained. Emotional regulation can be mastered. Empathy, social skills can be systematically improved. The people who seem naturally charismatic and influential, they've either consciously or unconsciously developed these skills through years of experience. But you don't have years. You need to accelerate this process. You need a system that allows you to develop emotional intelligence rapidly and systematically. That's exactly what you're going to get. Over the next several chapters, I'm going to break down emotional intelligence into its core components and give you practical strategies for mastering each one. You're going to learn how to read micro-expressions and body language like a secret agent. You're going to discover how to manage your emotional state under pressure like a Navy SEAL. You're going to master the art of influence and persuasion like a master negotiator. By the time you finish implementing what you learned,
You'll need a top-notch
you'll
team to
join
win
the
this
small
one.
percentage of people who have cracked the code on human psychology and social dynamics. You'll become someone who others gravitate toward, listen to, and want to follow. But it requires you to commit to the process and apply what you learn
I am the god of
consistently.
thunder and
Chapter
the
2.
mightiest avenger.
The 5 pillars of emotional mastery. Emotional intelligence isn't some vague concept that you either have or you don't. It's a specific set of skills that can be broken down into 5 distinct pillars. Master these 5 pillars, and you'll have more influence and strength than 99% of the population. Ignore them, and you'll remain stuck in mediocrity, no matter how technically skilled you become. The first is self-awareness. This is your ability to recognize and understand your own emotions. Most people are completely unconscious of their emotional state.
The battle starts in
They're
5,
angry, but don't
4,
realize they're
3,
angry until they've
2,
already said something
1.
they regret. They're anxious, but mistake it for excitement. They're frustrated, but can't pinpoint why. Self-awareness means developing an internal radar that constantly monitors your emotional temperature. It's knowing that when your jaw tightens and your breathing becomes shallow, you're moving into stress mode. It's recognizing that when you start speaking faster and interrupting others, you're becoming defensive. It's understanding that when you feel that sinking sensation in your stomach, you're experiencing fear or anxiety. But self-awareness goes beyond just identifying emotions. It's understanding your emotional triggers, your patterns, your default responses. Maybe you always get defensive when someone questions your expertise. Maybe you shut down emotionally when facing criticism. Maybe you become overly aggressive when you feel threatened. Self-aware people know these patterns and can catch themselves before they satisfy important interactions. Here's how to develop self-awareness rapidly. First, implement emotional check-ins throughout your day. Set alarms on your phone for every 2 hours. When it goes off, pause and ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? What's my energy level?
White fox on the hunt.
What's my emotional
Try to
state?
keep up.
Don't judge it. Just observe it. This trains your brain to become more conscious of your internal experience. Second, start tracking your emotional triggers. Keep a journal and note every time you have a strong emotional reaction. What happened right before? Who was involved? What thoughts were going through your mind? Over time, you'll start
Your
to see
attention, please.
You'll realize that you always get angry when people don't follow through on commitments, or that you become anxious when you're unprepared for meetings. Third, pay attention to your physical sensations. Emotions show up in your body before they show up in your
Vehicle
consciousness.
reached a checkpoint. Keep up the
Tension in your
momentum.
shoulders might indicate stress. A tight chest might signal anxiety. A clenched jaw might reveal anger. Your body is constantly giving you emotional intelligence data if you learn to listen to it. The second pillar is self-regulation. This is your ability to manage your emotions rather than being controlled by them.
Behold the god of thunder!
Or pretending they don't exist. It means choosing how to respond to your emotions rather than reacting automatically. People with poor self-regulation are at the mercy of their emotions. When they're angry, they lash out. When they're anxious, they avoid important conversations. When they're excited, they make impulsive decisions. They're like emotional ping-pong balls, bouncing from one reaction to another without any conscious control. People with strong self-regulation feel their emotions fully, but they choose their response strategically. They can be angry, but still
Pick your
communicate
hero
calmly.
or villain.
They can be
I'm not
nervous,
judging.
but still take bold action. They can be disappointed, but still maintain their composure and professionalism. The key to self-regulation is the pause. Between stimulus and response, there's a space. In that space lies your freedom to choose your response. Most people collapse that space and react instantly. Emotionally intelligent people expand that space and respond thoughtfully. Here's a practical technique for developing self-regulation. When you feel a strong emotion rising,
back.
use
30
the
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Stop. S means stop what you're doing. T means take a breath. O means observe what you're feeling. P means proceed with intention. This 4-step process takes less than 10 seconds but can prevent you from saying or doing something that damages your relationships or reputation. Another powerful self-regulation strategy is reframing. Instead of seeing challenging emotions as problems to be eliminated, see them as information to be processed. Anger might be telling you that a boundary has been crossed. Anxiety might be alerting you to prepare more thoroughly. Disappointment might be showing you that your expectations need adjustment. When you reframe emotions as data rather than directives, you maintain more control over your responses. The third pillar is motivation.
Looks like the mission
This isn't
area is yours
external
to capture
motivation,
now.
like money or recognition, though those can be important. This is intrinsic motivation driven by your values, your sense of purpose,
That's much better.
and your commitment to growth. People with strong emotional intelligence are motivated
Speed,
by internal
stamina.
factors
It's a
that
very
sustain
sharp
them through
cross.
challenges and setbacks. Emotionally intelligent people have a clear sense of what matters to them. They know their core values and make decisions based on those values, rather than just chasing external rewards. They're motivated by the desire to grow, to contribute, to make a difference. This internal motivation makes them more resilient when facing obstacles and more persistent when pursuing long-term goals. They also have what psychologists call a growth mindset. They see challenges as opportunities to learn rather than threats to avoid. They view failures as feedback rather than final judgments. They believe that abilities can be developed through effort and practice, rather than being fixed traits. To develop stronger intrinsic motivation, start by clarifying your values. What principles do you want to guide your decisions? What kind of person do you want to become? What impact do you want to have on others? When your actions align with your values, you'll find sustainable motivation that doesn't depend on external circumstances. The fourth pillar is empathy. This is your ability to understand and share the emotions of others. Empathy allows you to connect with people on an emotional level, to see situations from their perspective, to respond to their needs, rather than just your own. Most people think they're empathetic, but their actions reject it. They assume others feel the same way they would in a similar situation. True empathy requires setting aside your own emotional experience and genuinely trying to understand someone else's internal world. Empathetic people are masters at reading emotional cues. They notice when someone's smile doesn't reach their eyes. They pick up on the slight change in broken face that indicates frustration. They see the micro-expression that flashes across someone's face before they compose themselves. They're like emotional detectives, constantly gathering. But empathy goes beyond just reading emotions. It's also about responding appropriately to what you observe. Sometimes empathy means offering comfort and support. Sometimes it means giving someone space. Sometimes it means challenging someone in a caring way. The key is responding to what the other person needs, not what you think they should need. The fifth pillar is social skills. This is where all the other pillars come together into practical application. Social skills are your ability to use your emotional intelligence to build relationships, influence others, resolve conflicts, and create positive outcomes in social situations. People with strong social skills know how to adapt their communication style to different personalities and contexts. They can be direct with someone who appreciates straightforward communication, and more diplomatic with someone who needs a softer approach. They know when to speak and when to listen, when to push and when to pull back, when to be vulnerable and when to be strong. Social skills also include the ability to manage group dynamics. Socially skilled people can read the emotional temperature of a room and adjust accordingly. They can facilitate productive discussions, diffuse tensions, and bring out the best in others. They're often the ones who get chosen for leadership roles, not because they're the smartest, but because others trust them to manage relationships and navigate complex social situations. These 5 pillars work together synergistically. Self-awareness provides the foundation for self-regulation. Self-regulation creates space for empathy. Empathy informs your social skills. Intrinsic motivation drives you to develop all of these abilities consistently over time. Chapter 3. Reading people like a human lie detector. One of the most valuable skills you can develop is the ability to accurately read other people's emotions, intentions, and mental states. While most people stumble through social interactions missing critical emotional information, masters of emotional intelligence can decode human behavior like reading a book written in a familiar language. This isn't about manipulation or using people. It's about understanding them so deeply that you can respond in ways that create mutual benefit and genuine connection. When you truly understand what someone is feeling and why they're feeling it, you can communicate in ways that resonate with them, solve problems they actually care about,
30 seconds
and
before you
build
attack.
relationships
Get
based
ready.
on real understanding rather than surface-level pleasantries. The foundation of reading people accurately is understanding that all human behavior is communication. Every gesture, every facial expression, every vocal inflection is broadcasting information about someone's internal state.
The battle starts
Most
in
people
5,
miss this
4,
information
3,
because they're too focused
2,
on what they want
1.
to say next.
All you need
Or
to do
they're
is
making
capture the mission
assumptions
area.
based on their
Got it?
own perspective rather than observing what's actually happening. Let's start with facial expressions. Your face has over 40 muscles, and different combinations of these muscles create distinct emotional signatures. When someone is genuinely happy, their entire face lights up. The corners of their eyes crinkle. Their cheeks lift.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture
Their
now.
whole face. But when someone is giving you a face, only their mouth moves. Their eyes remain unchanged, sometimes even slightly narrow. Fear shows up as widened eyes, raised eyebrows, and often a slightly open mouth. Anger creates a furrowed brow, narrowed eyes, and pressed lips. Disgust involves a wrinkled nose and raised upper lip. Surprise widens the eyes and drops the jaw. Sadness droops the corners of the mouth and eyes. These are universal expressions that transcend culture and language. But here's where it gets interesting. Most emotional expressions only last for a fraction of a second before people consciously control their face. These micro-expressions leak through before someone can compose themselves. If you learn to catch these brief flashes, you can see what someone is really feeling before they decide what expression to launch. To develop this skill, practice what I call the facial scanning technique. When you're talking with someone, instead of just making general eye contact, let your awareness include their entire face. Notice the area around their eyes, the tension in their forehead, the position of their mouth. Don't stare intensely. Just expand your peripheral awareness to include more visual information. Body language provides even richer information than facial expressions. Someone's posture tells you about their confidence level, their energy, their engagement with the conversation. When someone is confident and engaged, they'll generally have an upright posture, their shoulders bent, their body oriented toward you. When they're insecure or disinterested, they might hunch their shoulders, cross their arms, or angle their body away from you. Watch for changes in body language during your conversation. If someone starts the interaction with open, relaxed posture that gradually closes off by crossing their arms or stepping back, you've hit on something that makes them uncomfortable. If they lean forward and their gesture become more animated, you've engaged hand gestures reveal tremendous amounts of information. When people are nervous or uncomfortable, their hand movements often become more restricted and controlled. They might clasp their hands together, put them in their pockets, or hold on to something like a coffee cup or pen. When they're excited or passionate, their gestures become more expansive and animated. Pay attention to what people do with their hands when they're thinking or processing information. Some people touch their face, others fidget with objects, others gesture abstractly. These patterns are usually consistent for each individual, so once you learn someone's thinking patterns, you can tell when they're processing something complex or feeling uncertain about what you've said. Vocal patterns provide another layer of emotional intelligence data. It's not just what people say, but how they say it. Voice carries emotion in ways that words alone cannot convey. When someone is nervous, their voice might become higher in pitch, faster in tempo, or shakier in tone. When they're confident, their voice tends to be lower, slower, and more resonant. Listen for changes in vocal patterns during your conversation. If someone's voice becomes more strained when discussing a particular topic, they might be feeling stressed or defensive about that subject. If their voice becomes more animated or energetic, they're probably genuinely interested in what they're saying. Volume changes also carry meaning. When people lower their voice, they might be sharing something they consider confidential or intimate. When they raise their voice, they might be trying to emphasize a point, or they might be becoming frustrated. The speed of speech reveals mental and emotional states. Rapid speech often indicates excitement, anxiety, or the feeling that there's limited time to communicate something important. Very slow speech might indicate careful thought, fatigue, or sometimes condescension. Sudden changes in speech are particularly meaningful because they suggest a shift in emotional state. But here's the crucial point about reading. You must calibrate your observations to each individual. People have different baseline behaviors. Some people are naturally more animated, while others are more reserved. Some speak quickly as their normal pattern, while others are naturally slow speakers. The key is noticing deviations from their personal baseline, rather than comparing everyone to a general standard. Context is everything when reading people. The same behavior might mean completely different things in different situations. Someone crossing their arms might indicate defensiveness in a confrontation.
Tremble before blast!
But it might just mean they're cold in an air-conditioned room. Someone avoiding eye contact might indicate deception in some contexts. But it might indicate respect or shyness. This is why the most emotionally intelligent people are excellent at asking clarifying questions, rather than just making assumptions based on their observations. If you notice someone's body language becoming more closed off, instead of assuming they're upset with you, you might ask, how are you feeling about what we've discussed? This gives them an opportunity to clarify their internal state rather than leaving you to guess. Chapter 4. The art of emotional regulation under pressure. The difference between someone who thrives under pressure and someone who crumbles isn't talent or intelligence. It's emotional regulation. The ability to maintain clarity, composure, and strategic thinking when emotions are running high is perhaps the most valuable skill you can develop for both professional success and personal relationships. Most people become less effective when stakes are high and pressure mounts. They make impulsive decisions when they're angry. They avoid difficult conversations when they're anxious. They shut down when they're overwhelmed. They react emotionally rather than responding strategically. This creates a downward spiral where pressure leads to poor emotional management, which leads to worse outcomes, which creates more pressure. But there's a small percentage of people who actually become more focused and effective under pressure. They're the ones who get promoted during crises. They're the ones others turn to when situations become difficult.
Pick your hero.
They're the ones who
I'm not
build
judging.
reputations as reliable, steady, and trustworthy. They've mastered the art of emotional regulation. Emotional regulation doesn't mean becoming emotionally numb or suppressing all feelings. Emotions contain valuable information and energy that can be channeled productively. The key is learning to feel emotions fully while choosing your response consciously rather than reacting automatically.
You'll
The
need a
first step
top-notch
in
team to
emotional
win this
regulation
one.
is recognizing your early warning signals. Every person has physical and mental cues that indicate their emotional state is shifting. Maybe your shoulders tense when you start to feel stressed. Maybe your breathing becomes shallow when you're getting anxious. Maybe your jaw clenches when you're becoming angry. Maybe your thoughts start racing when you're feeling overwhelmed. These early warning signals are your opportunity to intervene before your emotions take control of your behavior.
Round one.
Once you're in full emotional reaction
My
mode,
actions speak for me.
regulation becomes much more difficult. But when you catch emotions in their early stages,
30 seconds
you
before you
can
attack.
guide them
Get
rather
ready.
than being guided by them. Here's a powerful technique for managing emotional intensity in real time. It's called the
Think
physiological
nothing of it,
reset.
Commander Rogers.
And it works
The
by
world needs you.
activating your parasympathetic nervous system to counteract
You
the
haven't
fight
seen
or
what you can
flight
do to
response
reshape a
that
world
accompanies strong
yet.
emotions. When you notice your early warning signals,
The battle starts in
immediately
5,
focus on your
4,
breathing.
3,
Take a slow,
2, 1.
deep breath in through your
You have to
nose.
stop them from securing
For
the mission
4
area.
Hold it for 4 counts. Then exhale slowly through your mouth for 6 counts. The longer exhale activates the parasympathetic nervous system and signals your brain that you're safe. Repeat this 3 to 5 times until you
Final
feel
score,
your nervous system
0
settling.
to
Next,
0.
consciously relax your muscles, starting from the top of your head and working down. Release the tension in your forehead, your jaw, your shoulders, your arms, your chest, your abdomen, your legs. This prevents the physical tension that accompanies strong emotions from reinforcing the emotional intensity. Finally, ground yourself in the present moment by engaging your senses. Notice 5 things you can see, 4 things you can hear, 3 things you can physically feel, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. This breaks the cycle of anxious or angry thoughts and brings your awareness back to reality rather than the story your mind is creating about the situation. Another crucial skill for emotional regulation is cognitive reframing. This involves consciously choosing how to interpret situations rather than accepting your initial emotional reaction as the only truth. Your emotional response to any situation is based on the meaning you assign to what's happening, not the objective facts of what's happening. For example, if someone criticizes your work, your initial emotional response might be anger or defensiveness. But you could reframe this situation in multiple ways. Maybe they're trying to help you improve.
Agent F1.
Maybe they're having a bad day and it's not really about you. Maybe they have a different perspective that could be valuable. Maybe this is an opportunity to demonstrate how well you handle feedback. None of these reframes require you to pretend the criticism didn't happen or that you don't care. They simply give you options for how to respond, rather than being locked into one emotional reaction. The most emotionally regulated people have developed the habit of asking themselves, what's another way I could interpret this situation that would be more useful? Preparation is another key component of emotional regulation. If you know you're going into a potentially emotionally charged situation, you can prepare yourself mentally and emotionally rather than just hoping for the best. Before important conversations, negotiations, or presentations, take time to anticipate potential emotional triggers and plan your responses. What might the other person say that could make you defensive? How will you handle it if they reject your proposal? What will you do if they become angry or emotional? Having a plan for these scenarios prevents you from being caught off guard and reacting impulsively. You can also use visualization to rehearse maintaining composure under pressure. Mentally walk through challenging scenarios while practicing the breathing techniques and cognitive reframes you want to use. This creates neural pathways that make it easier to access these skills when you actually need them. The most advanced level of emotional regulation involves what psychologists call emotional granularity. This means developing a sophisticated vocabulary for describing your emotional states rather than just defaulting to broad categories like good or bad, happy or sad. When you can precisely identify what you're feeling, you can respond more appropriately. There's a big difference between feeling disappointed and feeling betrayed. Even though both might initially register as bad. Disappointment might call for adjusting expectations, while betrayal might require setting boundaries or having a direct conversation. Similarly, there's a difference between feeling nervous and feeling excited, even though they produce similar physical sensations. Nervousness might call for more preparation or support, while excitement might call for channeling that energy into peak performance. The more precisely you can identify your emotions, the more precisely you can choose your response. This level of emotional sophistication is rare, which is why people who develop it have such a significant advantage in both professional and personal situations. Chapter 5. Building unshakable confidence through social mastery. Confidence isn't something you're born with or without. It's not a personality trait that some people have. Confidence is a skill that develops through competence. And social confidence specifically develops through mastering social situations systematically rather than hoping you'll naturally become more comfortable over time. Most people approach social interactions with a scarcity mindset. They worry about saying the wrong thing, making a bad impression, or being rejected. This anxiety becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because anxiety makes you less attractive, less engaging, and more likely to have negative social experiences, which reinforces the anxiety. Truly confident people approach social interactions with an abundance mindset. They're genuinely curious about others. They're focused on what they can give to the interaction, rather than what they can get from it. They're comfortable with themselves, which makes others comfortable around them. But here's what most people don't understand about social confidence. It's built through specific skills, not through generic positive thinking or motivation. When you master the mechanics of social interaction, confidence becomes a natural byproduct rather than something you have to force. The foundation of social confidence is what I call authentic self-presentation. This means knowing who you are, what you stand for, what you bring to any interaction.
Time to
Most
switch
people
things
are
up,
so
including
focused on
which
trying to
side
be
you're
what
on.
they think others want them to be that they never develop a strong sense
You'll
of their
need a
authentic
top-notch
self.
team to win this one.
Authentic self-presentation requires clarity about your values, your strengths, your interests, and your perspectives. When you're clear about these things, you don't have to pretend to be someone else or try to figure out what mask to wear in different situations. You can show up as yourself consistently, which creates a sense of stability and trustworthiness that others find attractive. This doesn't mean being inflexible or refusing to adapt to different social contexts. It means having a strong core identity that remains consistent while your expression of that identity adapts appropriately to different situations.
30 seconds
A
before you
confident
attack.
person might
Get
be
ready.
more formal in a business meeting and more casual at a social gathering, but their core
As the
values
Iron
and
Fist,
personality
do you have
remain the
full
same.
access to
To
every
develop
corner of
authentic self-presentation, spend time clarifying your personal brand. What 3 qualities do you want people to
I was just
associate
hoping you'd consider giving me
What
a grand
unique
tour.
perspective do you bring to conversation? What value do you offer in relationships and
All you need to
professional
do is capture the
interactions?
mission area. Got
When
it?
you're clear about these things, you can present yourself consistently rather than trying to be a different person in every situation. The second component of social confidence is conversational competence. Most people struggle in social situations because they don't know how to create and maintain engaging conversations. They default to small talk about the weather or recent events, which rarely creates meaningful connection or memorable interactions. Confident conversationalists know how to ask questions that open up interesting discussions. Instead of asking, "How are you?" which typically gets a generic response, they might ask, "What's been the highlight of your week?" Or, "What project are you most excited about right now?" These questions invite more thoughtful and revealing responses. They also know how to build on what others share, rather than just waiting for their turn to talk. If someone mentions they had a challenging week, a skilled conversationalist might ask, what made it challenging, how they handled it, or what they learned from the experience. This shows genuine interest and helps the conversation develop depth. Master conversationalists
top-notch
also
team
know
to win this
how to
one.
share about themselves in ways that invite connection rather than dominating the conversation. They use what's called the disclosure reciprocity principle, where they share something about themselves at a similar level of depth to what the other person has shared. This creates a balanced exchange where both people feel heard and understood. Another crucial skill for social confidence is managing social anxiety in real time. Even confident people sometimes feel nervous in social situations, especially when the stakes are high or they're meeting new people. The difference is they have techniques for managing their anxiety rather than being controlled by it. One effective technique is called the externalization of focus. Instead of focusing on your internal experience, how you're feeling, whether you're saying the right things, what others might be thinking about you, focus externally on the other person. Become genuinely curious about their experience, their perspective, their story. When you're focused
You
on
have to stop them
understanding
from
and
securing the
connecting
mission
with
area.
others, you naturally become more engaging because people can sense that you're genuinely interested in them. This also breaks the cycle of self-focused anxiety that makes social interactions feel stressful. Another powerful technique is what I call social contribution framing. Instead of approaching social interactions wondering what you can get from them, approval, connection, opportunities, approach them wondering what you can contribute. How can you make others feel more comfortable? How can you add value to the conversation? How can you make the interaction more enjoyable for everyone involved? This reframing transforms social interactions from a performance where you're being judged to a service where you're contributing value. This shift in perspective naturally reduces anxiety and increases confidence because you're focused on giving rather than getting. Physical presence is another key component of social confidence. Your posture, your gestures, your vocal tone all communicate confidence or lack of confidence before you even say your first word. Confident people take up appropriate space. They stand tall with their shoulders back. They make appropriate eye contact. They speak with a clear, resonant voice. But physical confidence isn't about adopting an aggressive or dominating presence. It's about presenting yourself as someone who belongs in the space and has valuable contributions to make. It's a relaxed alertness that shows you're engaged and present without being anxious or aggressive. Practice what's called embodied confidence by regularly checking in with your physical presentation. Are your shoulders relaxed but upright? Is your breathing deep and steady? Are you making appropriate eye contact without staring? Are you speaking at a pace and volume that shows confidence without being overwhelmed? The most advanced level of social confidence comes from developing what I call social leadership. This means taking responsibility for the quality of social interactions, rather than just hoping they go well. Social leaders set the emotional tone, guide conversation, productive and help everyone involved have a better experience. Social leadership isn't about dominating or always being the center of attention. It's about creating an environment where good conversations can happen. Sometimes this means asking great questions. Sometimes it means facilitating connections between others. Sometimes it means gracefully changing subjects when conversations stagnate. When you develop social leadership skills, you never have to worry about awkward silence or boring conversations because you take responsibility for creating engaging interactions. This level of social competence creates unshakable confidence
This help belongs to me.
because you know you can handle any social situation effectively. Chapter 6, the science of influence without manipulation. There's a massive difference between influence and manipulation. And understanding this influence will determine whether you build lasting relationships or burn bridges while climbing the ladder. Manipulation seeks to benefit you at the expense of others. Influence seeks to create outcomes that benefit everyone involved. The most successful people in any field have mastered ethical influence. And it's a skill that can be learned systematically. The foundation of ethical influence is understanding human psychology and decision-making patterns. People don't make decisions based purely on logic. They make decisions based on emotions and then justify those decisions with logic. If you want to influence someone, you need to connect with their emotional drivers while providing logical support for the decision you want them to make. But here's what 99% of people get wrong about influence. They focus on what they want the other person to do instead of understanding what the other person actually wants. They try to convince people to buy their product, support their idea, or follow their lead without first understanding what would motivate that person to take action. Master influencers start by understanding the other person's values, motivations, fears, and desires. They ask themselves, what does this person really care about? What problems are they trying to solve? What outcomes would make their life better? Only after they understand these deeper motivations do they craft their mission. Let's talk about the 6 universal principles of influence that have been proven through decades of psychological research. The first principle is reciprocity. People feel obligated to return favors and gestures of goodwill. But most people use this principle crudely by giving something small and immediately asking for something big in return. That's not influence, that's manipulation. Ethical influencers use reciprocity by genuinely adding value to others' lives before they need anything in return. They share useful information, make helpful introductions, offer assistance during challenging times, or provide resources that solve real problems. They build a bank of goodwill over time rather than trying to make immediate withdrawals. The key to using reciprocity ethically is ensuring that what you give is genuinely valuable to the other person. Not just what you think should be valuable. Maybe they need industry insight. Maybe they need emotional support. Maybe they need connections to specific people. The more you understand their actual needs, the more effectively you can provide genuine value. The second principle is commitment and consistency. People have a deep psychological need to be consistent with their previous commitments and statements. If someone says they value it, they'll be more likely to support an innovative idea. If someone commits to a goal publicly, they'll be more motivated to achieve it. Skilled influencers use this principle by getting people to verbally commit to values and principles that align with the action.
The god of
Questions like, how important is professional development to you? Or, what role does teamwork play in your success? When people articulate these values out loud, they become more committed to acting consistently. You can also use commitment and consistency by helping people connect their identity to the behavior you want to encourage. Instead of asking someone to try something, ask them to be something. Instead of, would you try to arrive on time? Ask, are you someone who values punctuality? People will act consistently with how they see themselves. The third principle is social proof. People look to others,
Pick your hero.
especially others they respect or identify with, to guide their own behavior. If someone sees that people like them have already embraced an idea or taken an action, they're much more likely to do the same. The most effective way to use social proof is through specific stories and examples, rather than vague statistics. Instead of saying, many successful people do this, tell the story of a specific, successful person who took this action and achieved the results your audience wants. Make the example as similar as possible to your audience in terms of background, challenges, or goals. You can also create social proof by facilitating connections between the person you want to influence and others who have already made the decision you're advocating. Sometimes a 5-minute conversation with someone who's already implemented your recommendation will be more influential than hours of your own persuasion. The fourth principle is authority. People are influenced by those they perceive as credible experts in relevant fields. But authority isn't just about titles or credentials. It's about demonstrated expertise, proven results, and the ability to provide valuable insights that others cannot. You build authority not by telling people how smart you are, but by consistently providing valuable perspectives and accurate predictions. You build authority by helping people solve problems they couldn't solve on their own. You build authority by being right about things that matter to them. The key to ethical authority is ensuring that your influence is based on genuine expertise rather than false credentials. If you don't have expertise in a particular area, acknowledge that limitation and refer people to someone who does. This actually enhances your authority because it shows you're honest about your limitations. The fifth principle is liking. People are more easily influenced by people they like. And people tend to like others who are similar to them,
Pick your
who
hero.
compliment them
Or
genuinely,
villain. I'm not judging.
and who show interest in them as individuals. But this doesn't mean you should fake similarity or give insincere compliments. The most effective way to use liking is to find genuine common ground with others. Maybe you share similar professional challenges, similar values, similar interests outside of work, or similar communication styles. When you identify these authentic similarities, emphasize them naturally in your interactions. You also increase liking by showing genuine interest in others. Ask questions about their perspectives, their experiences,
30 seconds
their
before you
goals.
attack. Get ready.
Listen actively to their responses and ask follow-up questions that show you're truly engaged. People like others who make them feel stupid. I want the enemy to see me. The sixth principle is scarcity. People value things more highly when they perceive them as rare or limited. But this principle is often misused by creating artificial urgency or false scarcity. Ethical influence uses real scarcity based on genuine constraints. Maybe your time really is limited and you can only work with a certain number of clients. Maybe there really are a limited number of positions available. Maybe a particular opportunity really does have a deadline. When scarcity is real, it's appropriate to communicate it clearly so people can make informed decisions. The key to ethical influence is combining these principles in ways that create genuine value. Vengeance is mine. You're not trying to push people into doing something that's bad. You're helping them recognize how taking a particular action aligns with their own values, goals, and best interests. Advanced influencers also understand the power of strategic battlefield medicine. Instead of making statements that people can argue with, they ask questions or guide people to reach conclusions on their own. Questions like, what do you think would happen if? Or, how would it feel to achieve? Or, what's prevented you from trying this before? These questions help people think through the implications of different choices without feeling pressure. Remember, the goal of ethical influence isn't to get people to do what you want. It's to help people make decisions that truly serve their best interests.
Keep going.
When influence is done correctly, everyone wins. Chapter 7. Mastering difficult conversations and conflict resolution. Most people avoid difficult conversations until problems become crises. I was a mercenary. I know how to spot a sniper. They worry about damaging relationships. Or they simply don't know how to navigate emotionally charged discussions effectively. But avoiding difficult conversations doesn't make problems disappear. I took that sniper off the board. The ability to have productive, difficult conversations is one of the most valuable skills you can develop. It's what allows you to address problems before they escalate. Set clear boundaries. Negotiate effectively. And maintain healthy relationships, even when facing disagreements. People who master this skill become the ones others turn to when situations become complex or emotionally charged. The biggest mistake most people make in difficult conversations is focusing on being right instead of being effective. They prepare their arguments, gather
Friends
their
call me
evidence,
Mark. I tear
and try
through the
to prove
cloudless
their
night.
point. But difficult conversations aren't debates to be won. They're problems to be solved collaboratively. The most successful, difficult conversations Start
30
with
seconds
the
before
right
you attack.
intention.
Get ready.
Before you even begin the conversation, get clear
Would you look
on
at
what
us?
outcome
The
you
man out of
actually
time and
want.
the cyborg
Do you
assassin.
want the other
We've come
person
a
to
long way
change
from
their
Brooklyn,
behavior?
But as
Do you
long as
want to
we've still
understand
got
their
Brooklyn
perspective?
inside of us, Buck,
Do you want to
I have
find a
feeling we'll
mutually
be just
acceptable
fine.
solution to a problem? Do you want to repair damage to the relationship?
The battle
When you're
starts
clear
in
on your
5,
intention,
4,
you can guide the
3,
conversation
2,
toward that
1.
outcome, instead of getting
All you need to
sidetracked
do
by
is capture the
emotions
mission
or
area.
side issues.
Got it?
You can also communicate
Almost
your
everyone
intention
knows what's
explicitly at the beginning of the conversation, which helps the other person understand your goals and reduce
his eye on you.
Here's the framework that works consistently for difficult
Battlefield medicine.
I call it the PEACE Protocol. P stands for prepare. E stands for engage with empathy. A stands for acknowledge emotion. C stands for collaborate on solutions. E stands for
The moon haunts you.
let's start
Found one of our targets.
Most people either
Khonshu has his
avoid
eye on
preparing
you.
for difficult conversations, or they prepare the right way. They rehearse their
By the eye of
arguments. Effective preparation focuses on
Khonshu says
understanding the
claim
other
this
person's
spot.
perspective and planning how to
Khonshu has
create
his eye
a
on
safe
you.
environment for honest discussion. Before the conversation,
Found one of our targets.
consider what the other person might be thinking.
Thought I was the one who worked from the shadows. Hey, check this place out.
What
I
concerns
found one of our
might
targets.
they have? What would make this conversation feel threatening to them? What would make them more willing to engage openly?
A gift from
Preparation
Khonshu.
helps you approach the conversation.
Alright, that feels better. Khonshu has his eye on you.
Also prepare your emotional state. Difficult conversations require you to be at your best emotionally. If you're angry,
Khonshu has his
stressed,
eye
or
on you.
defensive, you won't be able to facilitate a productive
Found one of our
discussion.
targets.
Use the emotional regulation technique
Found one of our targets.
earlier to ensure you're calm.
Khonshu has his eye on you.
The engagement phase is crucial.
Found one of our targets.
Half of the mission area. Get
Start
going.
by creating safety. Choose an appropriate setting where you won't be interrupted and where the other person will feel comfortable speaking
Found
honestly.
one of our targets.
Begin with your intentions rather than your
Khonshu has his eye on
Instead
you.
of, we need to talk about your performance. Try, I'd like to have a conversation
Maximum
help
Found one of our
you be more
targets.
successful in your role. Use what I
Khonshu
call
has his
the
eye on
soft
you.
start technique. Begin with something
Area's almost
positive
yours.
Found
or
one of our targets.
acknowledging before addressing the difficult topic. This isn't manipulation. It's creating an emotional context that makes
Thank you very much.
which is why I want to
Khonshu has his
address
eye on
something
you.
that's being concerned. Acknowledging emotions is often the phase people skip, but it's essential for productive dialogue. When emotions are high, people can't think clearly or collaborate effectively. You need to address the emotional undercurrents before you can make progress on the practical issues. This means acknowledging both your own emotions and the other person's emotions. I'm feeling frustrated about this situation. And I imagine you might be feeling frustrated too. Or, this seems like a difficult topic for both of us. When emotions are acknowledged, they lose some of their power to derail the conversation. Listen for the emotions behind the other person's words. If they say, I can't believe you didn't tell me about this
Anything
earlier,
could be said here about Sentinels after they were able to find their success, but can they do it against
or
Yaoi Lost Springs unorthodox compositions
if they
casket?
say,
Well, here we
"I
have it.
don't
It's
have
Yaoi
time
Lost
for this,"
versus Sentinels.
they might be feeling overwhelmed. Address the emotional need, not just the surface statement. The
Pick your
collaboration
hero.
phase is
Or
where
villain.
real
I'm not
progress
judging.
happens. This is where you move from discussing the problem to finding solutions. But collaboration requires genuine openness to solutions you haven't already decided on. If you've already determined what the other person needs to do, you're not collaborating.
I am the god of
You're
thunder and
dictating.
the mightiest
Ask
avenger.
open-ended questions that invite creative thinking. What ideas do you have for addressing this? Or what would need to change for this to work better?
As guardians,
Or how
never
can we
shrink
prevent
from
this kind
battles
of
or
situation in the
feasts.
future? These questions engage
30
the other
seconds before you
person
attack.
as a
Get
partner
ready.
in problem solving rather than a defendant in a trial.
I have
Be
heard
willing
you
to
hunt
compromise
monsters for
and find
sport,
creative
Bentley.
third options. The best solutions to difficult situations often aren't what either person initially wanted. They're new possibilities that emerge when two people genuinely collaborate to solve a
The
shared
battle
problem.
starts in 5,
Establishing next
4,
steps
3,
ensures that your difficult
2,
conversation
1.
leads to real
All you need to
change
do is
rather
capture
than
the
just
mission area.
temporary
Got
relief.
it?
Be specific about what will happen next, who will do what, and when you'll follow up. So we're agreeing that you'll speak with your team. This prevents the same problem from recurring. Throughout the entire conversation, maintain what I call compassionate directness. Be clear and honest about problems and expectations, but communicate with respect and care for the other person's dignity. You can be firm with standards and boundaries while still treating others as human beings with feelings and perspectives. Remember that difficult conversations are skills that improve with practice. The more you're willing to address issues directly and respectfully, the better you'll become at navigating these situations. And the better you become at difficult conversations, the fewer truly difficult conversations you'll need to have because you'll address issues before they become major problems. Chapter 8. Building your social network is like a strategic asset. Your network isn't just a collection of contacts. It's a strategic asset that can accelerate your career, open doors to opportunities, provide valuable insights, and offer support
You've captured
during
more than half
challenging
of the
times.
mission area. Keep
But
going.
most people approach networking completely wrong. They focus on collecting business cards and LinkedIn connections instead of building genuine relationships with mutual value. The difference between networking and relationship building is the difference between transactional interactions and meaningful connections. Networkers ask, what can this person do?
Behold the god
Relationship
of
builders
thunder!
ask, how can we add value to this person's life? This mindset shift changes everything about how you approach professional and personal connections. Here's the truth that 99% of people don't understand about building valuable relationships. The best networking happens when you're not actively networking. It happens when you're genuinely interested in other people, when you're consistently helpful, and when you're known for being someone who connects others and shares valuable resources. The foundation of strategic relationship building is what I call the value-first approach. Instead of starting relationships by asking for help, advice, or opportunities, you start by offering something valuable. This might be industry insights, introductions to relevant people, helpful resources, or simply genuine interest in their work and challenges. But here's the key. The value you offer must be relevant and useful to them, not just what you think should be valuable.
My brother Loki,
This requires
I am the
you
god
to
of
understand
thunder
their
and
goals,
the mightiest avenger.
challenges, and interests before you can identify how to help them. Most people skip this step and
30
offer
seconds before you
generic
attack.
help
Get
that
ready.
isn't actually helpful. To understand how you can add value to someone's life, you need to become genuinely curious about their work. What industry are they in? What role do they play? What challenges are they facing? What goals are they working toward? What interests them outside of
The
work?
battle starts in
The
5,
more you understand
4,
their context,
3,
the more precisely you can offer
1.
relevant value. There
All
are
you need to do
several
is capture the
types of
mission
value
area.
you can
Got
provide
it?
to others. Information value includes industry insights, market trends, research findings, or advance notice about relevant opportunities. Connection value means potential partnerships or investment possibilities. People remember those who help them discover opportunities they wouldn't have found otherwise. Strategic relationship building also requires consistency over time. Strong relationships aren't built through single interactions. They develop through repeated positive touchpoints that demonstrate ongoing interest and care. This means staying in touch regularly, following up on previous conversations, and continuing to offer value over months and years. But staying in touch doesn't mean sending generic checking-in messages. Effective relationship maintenance involves sharing something specifically relevant to them or referencing something from your previous interactions. I saw this article about changes in your industry and thought you might find it interesting. Or, these are the relationships that lead to real opportunities and meaningful support. To build deeper relationships, you need to move beyond professional interactions to personal connection. This doesn't mean becoming best friends with everyone in your network, but it does mean showing interest in them as complete human beings rather than just professional roles. Learn about their interests outside work. Remember details about their families. Celebrate their personal achievements. The most strategic relationship builders also understand the power of introducing others. When you introduce two people who can benefit from knowing each other, you add value to both relationships simultaneously. You become known as someone who creates opportunities for others, which makes people want to include you in their networks. Be thoughtful about the introductions you make. Don't just connect anyone to everyone. Consider whether the introduction would be genuinely valuable to both parties. Provide context about why you think they should know each other. Follow up to see if the introduction was helpful. Quality introductions build your reputation as someone with excellent judgment about people and opportunities. Another advanced strategy is building relationships
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Every industry and community has certain people who seem to know everyone and who are generous about making introductions. Building strong relationships with these super connectors multiplies your access to broader networks. These are often people in roles like recruiting, consulting, investing, or organizing industry events. Geographic diversity in your network provides access to different opportunities and perspectives. While local relationships are important for immediate opportunities, relationships in other cities, regions, or countries can open doors that wouldn't exist otherwise. Technology makes it easier than ever to maintain relationships across distances. Also consider building relationships across different levels of seniority and experience. Relationships with peers provide mutual support and collaboration opportunities. Relationships with more senior people provide mentorship and access to higher level opportunities.
You have to stop them from
Relationships
securing the mission
with
area.
more junior people provide fresh perspectives and future potential as they advance in their careers. Remember that relationship building is a long-term strategy, not a short-term tactic. The relationships you build today might not provide immediate benefits, but they compound in value over time. Someone who's a peer today might be in a position to hire you, invest in your company, or provide valuable partnerships years from now. The most important principle in strategic relationship building is authenticity. People can sense when interactions are purely transactional versus genuinely caring. The strongest professional relationships develop when people trust that you're interested in their success, independent of what they can do for you. This authentic care for others creates the foundation for relationships that provide mutual value for decades. Chapter 9. The psychology of leadership and inspiring others. Leadership isn't about titles, positions, or authority. It's about the ability to inspire others to achieve goals they couldn't accomplish. The most effective leaders understand that leadership is fundamentally about human psychology and emotional intelligence, rather than just strategic planning and execution. Here's what separates true leaders from people who simply hold leadership positions. True leaders make others better. They don't just tell people what to do. They inspire people to want to do it. They don't just manage performance. They develop potential. They don't just achieve results. They build capabilities in others that last beyond any single project or role. The foundation of inspirational leadership is what psychologists call transformational leadership. Transformational leaders help others see beyond their current limitations and inspire them to achieve more than they thought possible. They do this through 4 key behaviors: idealized influence, inspirational motivation, intellectual stimulation, and individualized consideration. Idealized influence means being the kind of person others want to follow. This isn't about being perfect or having all the answers. It's about demonstrating integrity, authenticity, and genuine care for others' success. People follow leaders they trust and respect. And trust is built through consistent alignment between words and actions. To develop idealized influence, you must be ruthlessly honest with yourself about your own strengths and limitations. Acknowledge when you don't know something. Ask for help when you need it. Admit mistakes when you make them. This vulnerability doesn't undermine your leadership. It makes you more relatable, emotionally invested in achieving it. But vision alone isn't enough.
Got it?
You also need to connect the vision to individual values and motivations. Different people are motivated by different things. Some are driven by achievement and recognition. Others are motivated by learning and growth. Still, others are inspired by service and contribution. Great leaders understand what drives each person and help them see how the team's goals align with their personal motivations. Intellectual stimulation means challenging others to think differently and approach problems from new perspectives. This involves asking probing questions, encouraging creative solutions, and creating an environment where people feel safe to suggest unconventional ideas. Many leaders discourage intellectual stimulation because they want compliance, not creativity. But the best leaders know that breakthrough results require breakthrough thinking. To provide intellectual stimulation, become comfortable with questions like, what if we tried the opposite approach? Or, what assumptions are we making that might not be true? Or, how would someone from outside our industry solve this problem? These questions push people beyond their default thinking patterns and open up new possibilities. Individualized consideration means treating each person as an individual with unique strengths, development needs, and motivations, rather than using a one-size-fits-all leadership approach. This requires you to understand each team member deeply enough to adapt your leadership style to what works best for them. Some people need detailed guidance and frequent check-ins. Others prefer broad direction and autonomy. Some respond well to public recognition. Others prefer private acknowledgement. Some learn best through doing. Others need to understand the theory before they can apply it effectively.
That's good.
Great leaders adjust their approach based on what each person needs to perform at their best. This doesn't mean being inconsistent, having different standards for different people. It means recognizing that different people need different types of support and communication to meet different standards. Your expectations for performance remain consistent, but your approach to helping people achieve those expectations.
Maximum pulse!
Another crucial aspect of leadership psychology is understanding how to influence without authority. Even when you have formal leadership positions, your ability to inspire others depends more on your personal influence than your positional power. And in many situations, you need to lead even when you don't have formal authority. Leading without authority requires you to influence through expertise, relationships, and value creation, rather than position and title.
You'll need a top-notch
You
team
become
to win
someone
this one.
others choose to follow because they trust your judgment, value your perspective, and believe you're committed to their success as well as the team's success. This type of leadership often involves what's called servant leadership, where your primary focus is on serving others and helping them succeed rather than being served by them. Servant leaders ask, how can I help you be more successful? Rather than, how can you help me achieve my goals? This approach builds loyalty and commitment that goes far beyond what positional authority can create. Emotional
30
contagion
seconds before you attack.
is another
Get
powerful
ready.
leadership tool. Emotions are contagious, especially from leaders to followers. If you're enthusiastic, others become more enthusiastic. If you're calm under pressure, others feel more confident.